everybody ready? We can have it quiet, please, so we can start the meeting.
So this we're not going to get. It's Ash Wednesday. Yeah. Dr. Marty.
Call the meeting to order at 6:04 p.m.
Recording in progress.
What's that?
Recording in progress.
Is this where you want me to introduce some So it is my pleasure to introduce the students of Ocean Shore School, members of Cub Scout Pack 256. I'm sorry if I don't say your name correctly. There we go. Thank you. Lionel, who will lead us in the flag salute.
I'm sorry. We just have.
We still need it a little bit quiet, please. We're going to do the flag salute and the land acknowledgement.
One, two, three. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yay.
Okay, so we're next to the Pacifica School District acknowledges that we gather on the unceded ancestral homelands of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. As guests, we humbly extend our gratitude to the Ramaytush Ohlone elders and community. We recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland, and we affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples. As the original stewards of this land, the Ramaytush Ohlone understand the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of maintaining harmony with nature. Likewise, Pacifica School District commits to teaching our school community how to be responsible stewards of this land, just like you guys learn at Cub Scouts.
Thank you so much. Barbara, would you like to take roll call?
Sure, Trustee Vidal.
Here.
Trustee Bashini.
Here.
Trustee Dawkins.
Here.
Trustee Patel.
Here.
Trustee Gilliland.
Here. The district records the audio portion of the meetings. All recordings are kept in the superintendent's office for 30 days and are available during the time period for inspection by members of the public on district equipment without charge. In-person speakers wishing to address the board on agenda or non-agenda items, please complete a request card with your name, address, and item number and submit it to the board president or the superintendent. You will be called to address the board and may speak up to 3 minutes. Virtual speakers, Wishing to address the board on agenda or non-agenda items, please submit your first and last name and agenda item you wish to speak on in the Q&A area of the webinar. Please do not submit comments or questions in the Q&A area. You'll be called to address the board. Your microphone will be unmuted and you will speak for up to 3 minutes. Please note, the public is welcome to provide comment to the board. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes unless extended or limited by vote of the board. A maximum of 20 minutes, unless extended by the board, is allocated for each subject discussed. The Brown Act open meeting regulations under which the board must operate do not allow board members to comment on non-agenda items or information you may bring up that are not on the agenda. Additionally, no action can be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following the comment. Approval of the agenda, and this is an action item. It is recommended that the board approve the agenda of the February 14th, 2024 regular meeting. Are there any questions regarding the agenda?
I don't have a question regarding the agenda, but I noticed there's a lot of students. Is there another presentation? I just want to make sure. Yeah, before we get into the meeting. Okay.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
Number 7, report out on closed session topics. The board met in closed session to discuss the closed session items. A, comprehensive school safety plans and security of school facilities, tactical portion, education code 32281F and government code 54957A. The board took no action. Right? We didn't vote. No. And then for B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, government code section 54957, the board took no action. C, conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency designated representative Darnice Williams, superintendent, employee organization, Laguna Salada Education Association, or LSEA, no action was taken. D, conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency designated representative Darnice Williams, superintendent, and Karen Resendez of Lozano Smith. Employee organization, California School Employees Association, or CSEA, no action was taken. Conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency designated representative Darnice Williams, superintendent, and Karen Resendez of Lozano Smith. Employee organization, Laguna Salada Management Association, or LSMA. No action was taken. Approval of the consent agenda. This is an action item. All items on the consent agenda will be approved with one motion, which is not debatable and which requires a unanimous vote for passage. If any member of the board, superintendent, or public so requests, any item shall be removed from the section and placed in the regular order of business following approval of the consent agenda. Are there any questions regarding the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Second?
No second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
Number 9. Number 9, sorry. Superintendent special recognitions. The newly selected members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council will be introduced and recognized, as well as Sheila Gamble-Thorne.
All right. Just asking everyone, we are going to need the podium for a presentation. So if you can kindly allow us to use the the space, the podium, yes, but to have space so that people who are addressing the board and also for the students to be able to receive their acknowledgement. To the Board of Trustees, good evening, to President Villalobos. It is my pleasure today to bring some very important folk in front of you to acknowledge and honor their contributions to our community. I'm going to first start off with an individual who is a member of our Ocean Shore community. I'd first like to start to thank all the members of the Cub Scout Troop 256 for leading us in the pledge and the land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd also like to say a few words about our honoree today, one of them, and that's Sheila Gamble Dorn. So those of you who know Sheila Dorn, you know that she's an extraordinary person in many ways. She has been the devoted caretaker of our local beaches for decades, and in her 20 years of teaching in the Pacifica School District, she has inspired hundreds of students to learn about the ocean. Along with Virginia and other Ocean Shore teachers, Sheila started the Ocean Shore 411 program. They created 7 years worth of curricula each year, focusing on different oceanographic topic. Sheila secured grants from the Charles A. Becker Foundation, which allowed the program to grow. Sheila is also an accomplished artist, and in 1996, worked with a group of local artists and volunteered to lease an abandoned school building, which eventually became the Sanchez Arts Center. Sheila still has her studio there. She has used her artistic talent and experience coordinating with nonprofits, city agencies, and the schools to create the Oceans 411 Arts installation at Lindemar Beach. There are 3 beach poles decorated with student art. Julie Stock, a local artist, teacher, and Ocean Shore parent, worked with Sheila on the design as well as crafting sculptures on top of the poles. If you ever see someone tearing down signs or vandalizing them, please report it immediately. Thank you, Sheila, for your dedication to our community, to our children, to ocean life, and to Pacifica School District. Please connect. Usually we go over there. And so, Board President, if you will, the certificate of recognition awarded to Sheila Gamble Dorn. Thank you for your service and commitment. Where is she? Service and commitment to our students and and staff.
Make Sheila squeeze in.
Awarded this 14th day of February 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, the reason why we're all here every day and the reason why we're inspired to do it every day, regardless to rain, sleet, or snow, right? So I am excited this evening to introduce to all of you some phenomenal scholars. I am delighted to introduce the exceptional individuals selected to serve on the Superintendent's Student Advisory Committee. After a rigorous selection process, this esteemed group of students represent a diverse cross-section of our school community, which bring in unique perspectives, experiences, and insights. The role of the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee holds immense significance within our district. Serving as a student body's voice, these students act as vital links between their peers and district leadership. They offer invaluable feedback, suggestions, and recommendations on various initiatives, policies, and programs directly influencing students and their educational experiences. Not only did we have several fifth through eighth grade students from across the district apply to be a part of the advisory group, we had two additionally outstanding eighth graders who from now moving forward to the end of the school year will serve as the representative to the board in terms of keeping you informed of student voice, student issues, initiatives, innovations, requests, and of course, feedback and concerns. And so I am going to bring these very important scholars before us today. And as you can see, there's a great redesign of our room. And so I'm going to start with the two leaders of Dr. Williams, Superintendent Williams, Superintendent Student Advisory Group. I will tell you that these two scholars, they stood strong and firm in their convictions about the importance of education, also the importance of knowing and understanding why we are here. They have served already as advocates for their peers by representing the topics and presenting them to us that are most dear. Lunch, the menu, also some topics such as how students learn. If we learn differently, it doesn't mean that we are bad. It doesn't mean that we are to be bullied, but it means that we stand strong and we are a very important a part of the fabric of this community. In addition, they're also hopeful scholars, scholars ready to advance and to realize our mission and vision of becoming strong, informed, and also diligent contributors to our community and to the world at large. And so without further ado, I'd like for two special individuals to come forward. You see, they have their official name tag here. So we have Tyler Quan. We also have Calypso Camille. So, certificate of membership, and all of the certificates will read the same, but I wanted to start with our two leaders here. We're all leaders, but our co-leaders, advisors to the board. Tyler Calypso have been selected as student board representatives and members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. The purpose of the council is to improve communication with students and gain input from students on district initiatives, programs, and systems. The district welcomes you to the council and thank you for your commitment to serving as a student leader in the Pacifica School District. Thank you and welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself and say a few words, please?
I'm Tyler Quan.
And then we have the board two behind.
I go to Ingerby Lacey Middle School in Pacifica, and I'm very honored to work with you guys in the community to get the students of Pacifica School District's places. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Calypso Camille and I attend Valley Mart, and I really hope to be an advocate for my fellow students and to help innovation for future students as well, as I'm not going to be here for very long, but I still want to make a lasting impact. And I'm really honored to just be here. Yeah, thanks.
Stand still, Joe.
And stand right here. And as leaders, our two representatives, along with myself and our president, Trustee Phil Lobo, we will introduce the committee in which both Calypso and Tyler will co-lead with the superintendent. So we do that.
Marilyn Marina.
Please come forward.
Harvey Chen.
Yay!
Heidi Rodriguez. Demetrios Carnes. Sarah Matthew.
One of them.
Oh, Sarah.
Just there. Oh, yeah, go on up.
Sarah, your name and introduce yourself, Sarah. And tell them what grade you're in.
I'm Sarah Matthew. I'm a sixth grader at Ingrid BYT by Tyler. And as a member of this council, I'm really glad to be working with the rest of the council, and I want to be a voice for the students.
You know what that?
Hello, my name is Julia Whitehead. I'm a seventh grader at Ballymar. I'm really excited to be part of the student advisory career council. I hope to make some changes, such as I want to involve kids in student-run fundraisers so that they can be involved in an activity where they can run and develop teamwork skills and leadership skills. I also just want to make a few quick words about the budget cuts and the staff positions. So I understand that there will need to be a budget adjustment. But I hope that if we have to make budget cuts, then we can find some place else, other than the people who actually work with the students, engage and interact with them. We need these positions, such as the paraprofessionals, the teachers, the teacher aides, and especially our school counselors. So for example, I know a lot of kids in my grade alone that go to her and she helps them with conflicts, mental health, and just generally makes a big positive impact on their school. So do all of these other positions. So in general, I think that I hope that my student perspective will be taken into consideration for the sake of our staff and our students.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sadie Fawn. I'm in seventh grade in IBL, and something that I hope to do on the board is to improve the education of people in the school districts.
I have Augustus Landrum.
Yes.
And there's Drew DeLuia.
Hi, my name is Drew DeLeon. I'm a sixth grader at Ingrid BYT Middle School. And I want to be an advocate for my fellow students at IBL and to help them get a better learning environment. And yes.
Emile Viret. Emily, sorry.
Hello, my name is Emily Viret, and just like Drew, I am a sixth grader here representing IBL. I am very glad to I'm very glad to have been given this opportunity to be part of this council. And also, as Drew said, I would also like to help improve our district's learning environment. Thank you.
Next we have Megan Benavides.
Hi, my name is Megan Benavides. I'm here to make my school feel like a safe place for everyone because I personally love my school and I want everybody else to love it too.
Have Oliver Bauer.
I'm a seventh grader at NVB Lacey. And then the biggest thing I want to do is make sure everyone feels more accepted and confident being at our school district.
Ramona Orlando.
Hi, I'm Ramona Orlando, and I go to Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School in 8th grade. And the change I would like to have for this school, for the school district, is to help it rotate correctly. As anything should, it has gears, and those gears can be blocked by little things. Those little things should be moved out of the way to make it smoother for everybody.
Katie. Yay.
Hello, I am Kate Lee from Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School. I'm an 8th grader and I'm really glad to be speaking with you all. Thank you.
Annabelle Chang. Oh, just okay. Oh,
And so here is for the 23-24 school year, our district-wide student representation from all of our campuses, grades 5 through 8. Please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, we have a lot of work to do. Let's get it going.
go Tiger.
It's good. Oh, no, take it. Oh, take this. I'll take it. Oh.
And our students, at any point, if you feel that, it's long, it's school night, feel free to exit. We understand. Thank you. It's your first day. Thank you. Except for the sewing. Wait a minute. For the swing. Some air, just some air.
All right. So moving on, we're on number 10 on the agenda communications. Speakers wishing to address the board on agenda items or non-agenda items, please submit your first and last name and agenda item you wish to speak on in the Q&A area of the webinar. Please do not submit comments or questions in the Q&A area. You will be called to address the board. Your microphone will be unmuted and you may speak up to 3 minutes. After you have spoken, your microphone will be muted. Can you guys still hear me with the fan? Okay. Please note, the public is welcome to provide comment to the board. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes unless extended or limited by a vote of the board. A maximum of 20 minutes unless extended by the board is allocated for each subject discussed. The Brown Act open meeting regulations under which the board must operate do not allow board members to comment on non-agenda items or information you may bring up that are not on the agenda. Additionally, no action can be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following a comment. And our first speaker is LSEA.
I don't think I get the timer now. Good evening. There are likely many new people viewing and listening this evening, obviously. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Megan Ellsburn, and for the past 9 years, I have been president of Laguna Salada Education Association, the union for certificated staff, which includes our general education, special education teachers, psychologists, and counselors. For the past 22 years, I've been teaching at Furlough School. I spent time teaching 5th grade, 3rd grade, and for the last 16 years, I've been in the 7th and 8th grade program, teaching social studies. I'd like to start with a point of appreciation for the Pacifica community for immediately stepping up and engaging in the efforts of labor unions of CSEA to LSEA. The president of CSEA, Nicole Sayers, and I have had many engaging conversations with different community members. Genuine partnerships are building with groups who want to improve the challenges we face in this school district. Perhaps we can build on this momentum and engagement and find community members willing to run for the school board. There are 2 seats up in November. We hope in the near future, Trustee Villalobos and the superintendent hold information sessions for potential candidates, as has been done in the past. Tonight, you'll see a lot of passion and a lot of frustration. People are passionate about the students in this community and frustrated with how the recent state of affairs will impact these students. People are passionate about their careers, yet frustrated with how they've been treated. Reactionary cuts is a term we've seen thrown around a lot. Yesterday, during LSEA's meeting with the superintendent, Dr. Williams wanted to explain that none of these cuts are reactionary. We explained to her that without a plan of execution in place, they can only be classified as reactionary cuts. We've been told they are fluid. By definition, if they are fluid, they're reactionary. In today's communication that was sent this afternoon from the superintendent, Dr. Williams states, we are actively collaborating with our bargaining unit partners to mitigate the impact and reassign affected employees where possible. Are you? Labor partners have not been invited into the conversation to help form a plan. LSCA saw the board agenda and was blindsided with proposals from district management. The CBO is beating a drum and district management is blindly following. Please do your due diligence, board, and ask lots of questions. Get the beat of the drum to change. LSEA has quickly rattled off solutions to the superintendent in our meeting yesterday, but we've got even more. Bring us to the conversation. LSEA still has faith that one of you understands this and can address this tonight. Beyond the financial benefit, why are these the best cuts to make? In discussion this evening, we asked the district what other options they came up with and why these are the best choices. At the last closed session meeting, I brought up some financial questions we've had regarding legal fees and communication consultants. I have been appreciative of the superintendent and CBO in sharing more details of what those items are. Unfortunately for them, it means I have more questions, and they need to spend more time giving me more answers regarding the $19,000 in legal fees and $22,000 in communication costs attributed to the superintendent's office so far this year. Trustee Riddle, thank you for attending our union meeting in the summer. Trustee Villalobos, thank you for attending our union meeting last week. When you sent your email to us, letting us know you'd be coming to the meeting, you said you wanted to put the recent Tribune article behind us. We should not put it behind us just yet. None of us should. There is work for us to do. We did not go out seeking the Tribune to tell a story. They came to us. In that article, there remain no lies, just hard truths for all of us. Thank you again to the Pacifica community for showing up to advocate for students. No matter how this evening goes, we encourage you to continue participating in meetings, educating yourself on topics, and advocating for our students. I'll be speaking more tonight about additional agenda items. We'll see you again later. Thank you.
CSEA.
Hello, my name is Nicole Sayers, and I am the president of CSEA Chapter 128. Tonight, I would like to welcome Elizabeth Moore, paraprofessional for Village 4, Cyrus Bayat, technology support technician, and Emmanuel Brett of Route 2. The CSEA Above and Beyond Awards for February 2024 go to Clara Bellinger, paraprofessional, STC at Ortega School, and Mary Pilster, paraprofessional, STC at Ortega School. Both Clara and Mary are dedicated PSD employees that work as paraprofessionals in one of our STC classes at Ortega School. These ladies work very hard. They are dedicated employees that continuously go above and beyond to support their students, the teachers, and the classroom. CSEA is proud of all of our above and beyond the system. Our classified employees are dedicated, hardworking people who care about our students, our schools, and our community. If the district won't celebrate our wonderful classified employees, then CSEA will continue to flag. I recently sent a letter to the Board of Trustees, and I would like to thank both Trustee Brokey and Trustee Bobo for responding and for seeing my message. CSEA held an 11-hour negotiation session with the district on Monday. It was the very, very first time I've ever been negotiating this classified agreement. We felt heard. Both teams approached difficult, truthful conversations with empathy and grace. Even when things got a little heated, we were able to pull back and try to see the situation from both sides. CSEA gives much credit to HR Director Carla Chavez and Karen Mendez of the Richland Smith Attorney General. These negotiations were completed together with both sides giving effort with an out-of-the-box thinking strategy. The district considered every one of our ideas. In the 10th hour, CSEA did not think that we would finish, but in the 11th hour, the district came up with a new idea and we could all believe. We did not change the world, but after 11 hard hours, we came to what I felt were fair agreements. We will have chapter ratifications after next week's break and bring our agreements to the board for approval at the March meeting on the 13th. Tonight is difficult for many people. And as much as we all understand budget shortfalls and budget cuts, my personal hope is that you, the Board of Trustees, listen to all speakers and seriously, really seriously take in what is said. That you think to yourselves, what is best for our students? Will we still be able to educate all students with all the support they need to get through their years here? Will you feel good about sending our students to the next level because you know you did everything you could to get them there? And are we truly doing the best that we can? As you ask yourself these questions, please consider out-of-the-box solutions to divide the problem. Remember to make decisions you feel good about because there may be decisions you cannot take back. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're on number 10C, people wishing to address the board.
Really quick. Does anyone hear echo? Is there?
Yeah, echo coming from somewhere.
Can we, it's outside
Someone
They're projecting out.
projecting, okay.
Where is it coming from?
Well, we can-
They've got a speaker outside. Well, anyway, here. So our first speaker is Brandy Yelano. Brandy?
I'm going to mention the next three speakers so they can line up. Some of them are all
All over the place? Okay. Kelly Edelhart. Barb DeBoter. And Jean Bellinger. So you guys will be up in the queue. Brandy, are you here? Brandy? Is Brandy here?
He's coming. There's coming. There's a lot of people now. Could be in the overflow zone.
Okay, why don't we go to, is Kelly Edelhart here?
LMCA and CFPA want to make sure that you're aware of the large crowd. That's gathered outside of this boardroom. We took the initiative in anticipation of the conducted crowd to secure an overflow room in the Valimar Theater. We request that the next board meeting be in a larger venue that can accommodate all in-person and virtual. Thank you.
Okay. Is Brandy here yet? No, okay. Jean Ballinger. Oh, it's Brandy coming. I know. Yes.
Hi,
Yes.
so I never done this before.
That's okay.
Mom, teacher, community member. So I did a little research. And I was looking at, home prices in the area in comparison to Bay Shore. So Bay Shore is at average 815,000. Pacifica's median is 1,129,500. I think we all know our home prices contribute to our education. The superintendent at Bay Shore is paid $591,000, and the superintendent, according to the Transparent California of Pacifica, is $212,040. The teacher pay minimum, you starting salary is $61,984 at Bay Shore, just for comparison, maxing out at $121,117. Pacifica, you start at $55,824, and if you work your whole life in this district, you can only make up to $95,542. My son has had a substitute teacher all year, reading books in the back, trying to do worksheets, and the school cannot afford to make her a teacher because they would have to give her a mentor teacher. My question is substantial pay gap between the people up top and the people on the ground that are children. How can you expect these teachers to stay? How can you expect to be competitive? And we live in pretty damn expensive homes. This is a caring community. I don't know if you know how many people are outside right now filling the parking lots. When you think of budget cuts, it should come from the top. And my question is, where did that decision process come from? How can that decided that it's stopping the point, which is nowhere near living at 95,543 for a lifetime, where the superintendent can make 240, and we're talking about budget cuts. And it should not be from the bottom. Our kids are barely making it. My son has stopped caring about school. It should not be from the bottom. It should be from the bottom.
Jean Ballinger.
Hi. So my name is Amy Nolan Bellinger, and I'm currently in my fourth year as principal of Ocean Shore School. Formerly, I was a middle school teacher at Ocean Shore and at IBL before that. When I went back to teaching full time, I taught music at Cabrillo as a volunteer for 3 years, was president of the Pacifica Mothers Club, was the founding president of the Pacific Education Foundation, and was on the fundraising committee every year for the first 4 parcel tax campaigns. I am also the mother of Clara, who was awarded tonight as a paraprofessional at Ortega, and Jack, who's soon to graduate from CSU Fullerton. Both God help them are thinking about careers in education. I have devoted the past 20 years of my personal and professional life to educating Pacifica's children and sometimes their families. This is only the second time I've gotten up to speak at a board meeting. Past 4 years have been difficult months for families, for staff, and for students alike. The tragedy involving one of our families last month has been brutal, and I do not know how our community would have survived without our counselor, Jen Sell. There has been a lot of discussion lately about mental health and the importance of social and emotional wellness. It should be the highest priority. Students can't make progress academically unless they feel emotionally safe and supported. Cutting our counselors makes creating this climate of support much, much more difficult. Who are the leaders in our district? And you need to send us, all the administrators, cabinet, principals, the superintendent, back to the drawing board. It is absolutely unacceptable for our schools to lose their counselors.
What are the next 3 years you have in the team? So Barb DeBoder, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hello. And then I was just, this is probably scarier than my speech, but I was just hoping everyone up there would give me the attention and not be leafing through paperwork or other things while I'm here. I watched the first 3 or 4 speakers at the end of the table and it seemed interested. So here I am. My name is Barbara Boulder, and this is my 16th year teaching for the Pacifica School District. Our superintendent's favorite quote seems to be, "How are the children?" Perhaps you can make it a point to come out to one of our schools and check. I can tell you that they are not well, and neither are the teachers. Things will be even worse if you go forward with these preposterous cuts. Our students experience various levels of anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Yet you are proposing to let go of our counselors who are their direct contact of support. You are considering cutting middle school teachers who are vital in serving our vulnerable adolescent students. I'm aware that many of our funding problems are a direct result of the state of California. However, there is a real problem in our district with irresponsible spending. Why are we continually paying consultants to do the work of people in the district office who are already paid to do that work? $8,000 has been spent to help write the LCAT when we employ people to do that. How about the first time to plan and collaborate with their peers, which we have been asking for over and over again, and guess what? That would be free. There are many more examples of cuts that can be made that would not directly impact our students. To the board, I'm so disappointed by your apparent lack of respect for us. We have asked over and over and over again for communication, site visits, and union meeting attendance, which has fallen on deaf ears. How can you make important decisions regarding education when you don't spend time at the schools or with the teachers? Only 2 of you have made that effort. We were chastised at the last board meeting for the truthful article that came out in the Tribune. The learned you said all we had to do is come and talk to you. Please go back and listen to the last 2 years of board meetings. It's all we ever asked for. Linda, it was so disheartening to hear you call us your formidable opponents. I thought we were on the same team, doing what's best for the students, but in reality, it has the feel of a dysfunctional relationship where one party keeps trying and the other puts forth no effort. You all serve the people of the community, including the children, so either dig in or move on. Are you in this position for the right reasons? We need a board that can think outside the box, question practices that are thrown at them, and look invested in the board meetings. Please go back to the team before making these cuts and think forward. What will the impact of cutting staff so vital to our programs be? And what will the quality of classroom education look like?
For another 10 minutes.
You need a motion.
Okay. So we have a lot of speakers and we, only allocated 20 minutes. We always allocate 20 minutes to each item. It's just a procedure. So, we want to hear more from you. If you could just let me talk, please. We want to hear more from you, but the board needs to take a vote. So I'll make a motion that we extend the time for another 10 minutes. And do I have a motion to do that?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, but we're really trying to conduct business tonight and we want all the kids to be able to go home and do their homework or go to sleep.
We're not worried about that. It's okay. They're my baby. You're worried about the day. That's how we're okay.
Yes.
You're extending.
I'm extending the time by 10 minutes and we need to finish the vote so we can move on.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, we had a motion and a second.
All in favor? Raise your hands.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Sarah Johnson. And Janelle Jones, can you be on deck?
Native Lindenmar Education Center. We love the school and this program. We do not want the program to move. Parents of Lindenmar Education Center kids found out on January 14th by a rumor that the school program is moving. A group of concerned parents immediately emailed the Director of Special Education, John Bartfield, pleading to keep the program as is at 80 Rosita Road and implored him to welcome our input into any discussions about a move. John did not disclose any details about the move, and we continue to wonder how our voices as parents could be heard on this topic. John was asked to address the rumor at our special education parent group on February 7th, where he disclosed that the Lindenmar Education Center program is moving, aiming for fall 2024, which is less than 6 months away, with the sole reason being to mainstream our preschool age special needs kids in a more comprehensive school environment. I voiced my concern that this significant change is happening too fast, especially when everything about it is so vague, and we parents are not being given the chance for dialogue about the move process. The teachers at Lindenmar Education Center are moving for special needs children. My son is not the easiest child, please. So it is nothing short of a miracle. He's excited to go to school every morning. He eagerly awaits that classroom door to open so he can run into his class. With excitement every morning when we drop him off. All of our kids at Lindenmar Education Center feel the same way. They all love their school. And are excited to go to school every day. And we feel safe as parents dropping our precious young children there, which has been such a blessing. A group of concerned mothers started a petition to retain Lindenmar Education Center special day class at 8:30 Rosita Road for at least 1 more school year. Within 28 hours, we obtained 18 signatures from moms and dads of kids currently enrolled at Lindenmar Education Center, and 4 signatures from parents of alumni of the program. And we know there are more concerned citizens that want to sign the petition as well. We concerned parents urge the Pacifica District Board of Trustees to promise to retain the current Lindenmar Education Center special day class program for at least 1 additional school year. Please keep our kids safe, save our school, be transparent, welcome parent involvement, and make a plan with us to best serve our special needs kids. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry if I pronounce this wrong. Miss Gonzalez, Sobaika? Zabeda, sorry.
What about Janelle?
Oh, you said Janelle was on that.
What was that?
You said Janelle was on it.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Janelle. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Janelle Johns. I'm a paraprofessional at Ingrid Lacey Middle School. And tonight I'm going to talk about a topic that I have brought up to the board in the past, but I'm going to explain it in a little bit different way. I'm going to speak to you as many of our students are as visual learners. So we're going to talk about a flow chart, okay? This is what happens when there is the elimination or the reduction of hours for paraprofessionals or behaviorists. So that happens, which is what's proposed, that's proposed to the board tonight. Then we become non-compliant with IEPs. Because IEPs are required to have certain number of hours for students to make up for their learning disabilities with paraprofessionals and behaviorists. So you become non-compliant. That leads to lawsuits by special ed families, which could amount to any kind of untold cost to the district. Okay? That could also lead for a need to restaff to return to compliance. Okay? Now, when that happens, that you need to restaff because you want to go back into compliance, who is going to take those jobs? The local community, which is normally who fills classified jobs, are not going to apply for those jobs for 3 reasons. One is a very low starting pay, the knowledge that you are looking at cutting 20% of the classified workforce, and a lack of respect of a classified position in the system. So people locally are not going to apply for those jobs. So then HR will then come back to you and say, we have no local applicants. So then what happens? Then they say, we need to fill those positions with contract workers. Those contract workers come at an added cost to the district. So going back so that you stay in compliance with the IEPs, which is you are legally required to do. Okay? Our contract workers are expensive. They have no necessary connection to our students and our families and our communities, are the other members of the workforce and at their schools that they are hiring. So I just want you to consider this flow chart when you're making your decisions. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, I'm Savannah Gonzalez. I think that's who we're waiting for. I didn't come here prepared to talk, but I feel like I have to. I'm a mom of a 4th grader. I'm also started substitute teaching about 6 months ago in the district. And I think it's given me an amazing, really eye-opening insight into what the schools are dealing with. Every time I go to a school as a sub, I walk into a room, an RC room or an SDC room where they're short-staffed. And it might be a room where a teacher just left one day because they were, whatever reason. I was at IBL earlier this week and I was told to not push a student or not approach a student and not set them off because they're easily set off. Okay? And that's what they're dealing with. And I thought, I spent 20 years in corporate. This is what teachers deal with every day. Somehow I got on the other list for paras and lunch duties. Was shocked to find out what they're paid. It's like under $20 an hour? Seriously? Do you know you can go to Stateway and make $27 an hour? And these aren't our kids. These people are responsible for our children. Our children had to stay home. Our children who didn't learn how to socialize the way that we did. Our children who I see every day at every counselor's office, whether I go into Ocean Shore or IBL or Sunset Ridge, any school, the counselors have a back-to-back schedule. Everything is back-to-back. And I know that they bring in people like me to float around so the teachers can get a little bit of time to assess their students, a little bit of time to meet with the parents. We don't need cuts, we need more. You know what I was told when I started subbing here? I was told, go to Appleton. You can make so much more. You shouldn't do this to yourself here. I'm looking to move into full-time teaching. And when I'm looking at moving full-time teaching is, I'm already looking at what's my second job gonna be? Okay, I am subbing now, I'm teaching Spanish after school, I'm interviewing to be a translator, and I'm like, I must really love this, want to do this to myself. Because I could go back to a nice cushy corporate job. And I have to do this. And this is the thing, these teachers, these paras, these RJDs, they're doing this because they love these kids. Because they could go to any other district and make more money. I actually spoke to another district the other day who said to me, oh, I can put you in a long-term spot, and guess what? You can make twice as much as you do on a short-term here. Their short-term is $280 a day. I was like, wait, I can make $500 a day for you? But I want to be here because this is my community. This is where my child is. And this is the people that gave me, that actually inspire me to want to go into this profession. So I just want to say that I don't have the numbers. But what I see every day is I see kids, I've been in rooms, I'm thrown in, I have no training whatsoever, and they have to throw me in. And, because that's what they need to do. So I'm just saying, please, I understand that what looks good on paper, you need to look in person.
Yes, thank you.
So you need to change, they have to go put stations in. So you're at your attendance. Knowledge and there's a other agenda items. So, there's other, like,
Yeah. All right, we're just discussing, we need to move on to a different item, the information items, which is 11, because we have a lot of speakers on 12A, 12B, 12C. I can't tell what that one is. D. And so we're gonna move on. So the people that are left over, please send us an email or we'll have somebody reach out to you to talk to you.
Who's left over?
I think we'll just keep that to the side. We have other items. We have at least 20 more people to talk.
This is ordinance.
Actually, you haven't done correspondence.
We're just trying to be fair with the other speakers.
There are more speakers. Okay, I need everyone to understand that there are more speakers who are going to be able to speak on the item that they signed up for. But if we don't get to that item, they won't be able to speak. So I need you guys to understand, we're not trying to stop you from speaking. We are trying to move to the agenda that you came here.
The board is going to take a 10-minute recess.
Because we're worried about the kids, let them sleep.
number 11A, 2023-24 LCAP mid-year update.
We're just giving it.
Yeah, are you able to get the presentation up? Sure. I'm all one. You can stop hearing my time up.
Can we just use his
Okay.
to keep it going a little faster?
Okay. Good evening, trust. Okay. Gotta mute myself. All right, good evening, trustees. What I present to you is the mid-year update for the 2023-2024 local control accountability plan. This is an informational item. Expanded and updated language in Assembly Bill 114 requires LEAs to present a mid-year update to their LCAP, on their LCAP, on or before February 28th at a regularly scheduled meeting of the governing board. The mid-year update must include mid-year outcome data related to metrics identified in the LCAP and mid-year expenditures and implementation data on actions identified in the LCAP. Attached, you have the full report. This presentation is just an overview. The overview will mainly focus on the growth made towards our LCAP goals by looking at progress made on the defined metrics within each goal. I will also highlight the level of implementation of actions within each goal. We have 3 goals that fall under the condition of learning, student outcomes, and climate and engagement. Conditions of learning goal includes retaining and hiring highly qualified staff, providing aligned instructional materials, and maintaining safe facilities. This metric or measurement falls under retain or hire highly qualified staff and shows that although we have had increase of teachers without full credentials, we've reduced the number of misassignments and vacant positions. Another measurement of retaining and hiring highly qualified teachers is the metric that looks at what percentage of special education staff are employed by Pacifica School District. A little over half of our special education teachers are employees of Pacifica School District. This stacked bar chart shows the general condition rating of our 7 sites per the annual FIT report. In 2023-2024, we do not have any sites that received a 4 rating, which is an improvement, but we still have 3 sites with a fair rating. This chart shows over time teachers' perception of curriculum alignment and the core subject areas. The noted improvements across the 3 years in science may have to do with an adoption of a new K-5 science adoption. The 14% drop in perception of ELA alignment coincides with the request and selection of a phonics program for our K2 grades to fill the phonics instruction void in our ELA curricular program. Here are some of the fully implemented goals of Action 1, not inclusive of all of them, but some of them, and the funds that have been spent on the action so far this year. The recruiting and retention of staff is inclusive of stipend given to special education teachers who are Pacifica School District employed and costs associated with job fair recruitment. Support for new certificated staff include the cost of the San Mateo County Office of Education induction program and the new teacher orientation. Moving on to goal 2, student outcomes, which include providing powerful instruction for all, monitoring progress, and providing support and interventions. The 21-22 and 22-23 SBAC ELA disaggregated results metric shows overall and student groups distance from standard. Although economically disadvantaged, Filipino, 2 or more races, and white show improvement between 21-22 and 22-23, there's still a wide achievement gap between EL, English learners, economically disadvantaged, special ed, and Hispanic as compared to all students. Also the same in math, SBAC results, where the same groups showed improvement and the same groups have a wide achievement gap when compared to all students. The 2 years of data on the iReady reading and math show similar percentages of students at each tier on the final diagnostic. Specifically, the percent of students who are at risk or for tier 3. You notice the 16% and the 18% over the 2 years. The diagnostic was given at the same time. Same time of year. And here's the map. You can see 13, 14%, very similar. When looking at English learner language progress, there are some clear gains in percent of English learners making yearly progress and in the reduction of the numbers of long-term English learners. With this progress, our reclassification rate has stayed pretty firm. You can see we've gone from 35% English learner progress up to 23%. While at the same time, our long-term EL and at-risk students have been reduced over the years. Another goal 2 metric looks at the California science test result. where percentages of the fifth and eighth graders that met or exceeded standards were at 40% or around 40%. There is improvement shown with the fifth graders from 21-22 and 22-23, and a favorable comparison with the state California standard test results percentage, which is 31% for fifth grade and 28% for eighth grade. Met or exceeded standard. These are some of the implemented Goal 2 actions and mid-year expenditures. I'd like to highlight the teacher time used to collaborate around student results, teaching practices, and district-wide professional development. Also, cite and utilize supplemental funds to support our unduplicated students by funding staff that directly provided Tier 2 academic supports. Goal 3, climate and engagement, which included providing for a positive, safe, and supportive school climate and creating opportunities for parent communication participation. The suspension rate metric shows that we are below 1% overall for almost all of our student groups. We have reduced suspensions. Specifically, I'd like to draw your attention to the African Americans who had 0 suspensions in 22-23. The chronic absenteeism metric shows that there is a decline in the percentage of students chronically absent over the past 2.5 years, even within the 3 major student groups. This is also true when you're looking at the demographic student groups. We are trending in the right direction. This trend is also evident with our attendance numbers, where there has been a rise in the rate over the last 2.5 years. The remaining metric within Goal 3 centered around the perception from parent, guardian around their participation in decision-making at their child's school and their level of participation at their child's school. The 2 other areas that were measured were students' perception of school safety and student perception of feeling of connectedness. As these charts show, participation of parents at school is low but rising, while decision-making participation is high but has been less from year to year. Student perception of safety is pretty flat through 6th through 8th grade, and 6th through 8th graders feel less connected to their schools as compared to their 3rd through 5th grade students. These are some of the Goal 3 actions and mid-year expenditures. The actions of providing support and intervention for social, emotional, and mental health of our students and in reducing chronic absenteeism across the district are highlighted and fully implemented focused actions of Goal 3. All of this information was part of a share and collaboration during our first round of educational partner engagement. Tomorrow, we will have our second round of engagement where we will share drafted goals, metrics, and actions for the 2024-2027 LCAP. We will then take the input we receive and create an LCAP draft, which will be submitted to the San Mateo County Office of Education for review. The final draft will be presented at a public hearing during the regularly scheduled board meeting on May 22nd and will be brought back for approval on June 12th. Questions?
I do.
Yes.
On slide 7, the metric for teacher perception of curriculum alignment. Am I seeing that there's a decline in teacher perception in math and ELA?
In the decline in teacher perception, yes.
And then, can you explain why that is?
ELA. Well, again, with the English language arts, in looking at and breaking down the data a little more closely, it looked like we were going through a process with our K2 teachers or a committee of K2 teachers that are present. Adoption of Teachers College, Readers and Writers Workshop did not have a phonics piece to it or a strong phonics piece to it. So I'm attributing that perception to them saying that it's not fully aligned because it doesn't have that phonics piece.
And the math?
And in the math, I really don't have, I mean, it seems like it's fairly flat. There was in the mid-year 23-24, there were more teachers that actually completed the survey. I think there was 100 teachers in mid-year 23-24 that completed the panorama survey. And in the other 2 years, it was around high 70s. So it might have been because there were less teachers. I don't have a reason.
You don't, I'm sorry, you can't ask questions right now.
Can you just ask the
And my follow-up question is, how are you planning to address this? Because I like to have the information, but I also like to know that what's the plan?
Yeah. So at the previous meeting, I mentioned that we do have our state adopted curriculum is in alignment with state approved on the state approved list. Now, we do know that there are some adoptions or curricular area that we need to re-up, meaning we need to go to a new adoption. We just finished the science adoption. I know that the social studies adoption is being talked about, and that there's a new list coming out from the state along those lines. But the adoptions that we do have is more of, we do provide curriculum that is aligned with the state standards, but it's more of making the teachers feel like they are aligned in alignment with them. So, yes.
So just to clarify, for ELA in the K2, there was a phonics component that's been included into the Teachers College Readers and Writers Workshop.
Started implementation.
Right. Great. And then the other question I had, when we look at the math, the distance from the standards, and in many cases, it's getting worse, especially for our students who need special help or additional supports. So now that we see this mid-year performance, what changes can we make mid-year to do something differently the second half of the year?
Yeah. So there has been work on that already because the teachers have gotten together and looked at specifically iReady data, but they've already know that the MESBAC data from the previous year. They're looking at iReady data and they have come together at least a minimum one day, and then also at staff meetings and been able to put together students groups and put together interventions, possible interventions. Also our teachers that we have that are RTI teachers at the school. I've been meeting with them monthly, and they've been telling me that they have been not only pulling out and working with individually that are needing that extra support or that tier 2 support, but they're also pushing in or they're helping coach first instruction that's in the classroom. But there definitely needs to be more of that.
Yeah.
They're half time in each school, so it's kind of that anti in certain way with time, but that's what they've been sharing with.
And also because the scores of the general population as well are not necessarily improving massively, except for a few cases there. I mean, that sounds like not just targeted support that's necessary, but almost like whole class tier 1 level re-engagement. And so I'm curious to know what that looks like, because I get the targeted support, more push in, more pull out. But for all of the students in the classroom.
Yeah, we are, one of the things that our task toward this last year really mirrored the county, at the county level. Mm-hmm. The students that were performing or digressing, and also at the state level. They very much mirrored. It was really interesting to see that. And also, yes, that tells you that tier one needs to be solidified.
Great. Actually, that county level comparison, whenever we have it, would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think.
I'd also like to see like, what's the plan? If we have situations where things are declining, I'd like to see in the presentation, this is what we plan to do to address that, because we have to address it.
Does anybody else have questions? I just had a couple comments on the suspension. I'm just wondering what has worked over the past, let's say, 2 years to get that down into the acceptable level. And then also the attendance rate has increased too. So I'm just wondering if you've targeted what is working to get the kids on a better behavior so they don't get suspended, and then the attendance rate.
So I know there's been various different things that have been done district-wide or district supported, and I think John can talk to that. We've had our leaders at our schools be sent to sports state raising.
Our principals were trained on alternatives to suspension with the legal background of that last school year. And then we've been doing the work with restorative practices, alternatives to suspension, and inclusive practices with changing perspectives. And that's, I think, in a lot of the tier one positive school climate work, there's a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm just really happy with that because since I've been on the board, it's always been just proportionate with African Americans, American Indians, special ed, and such. So, and then I just wanted to know the participation from your LCAP. Do you have a large participation in parents and teachers? Can you hear me okay?
Or I can hear you.
Okay.
But you're referring to participation
in the LCAP process.
In the LCAP process, yes. We did not have a great participation overall in our first round. I'm hoping tomorrow we have a better participation there, but we did get participation through the surveys. We had over close to 400 people, 400 community submit or fill out the survey, and they had the opportunity to list their priorities. What should be a priority? And we've been developing actions purely strictly off that. This new LCAP is going to look a lot different than our existing one because, as we stated, like I stated the last meeting, we've had a pretty much flat academically rate. We've had some progress for our English learners, but there's been just a real flat thing. So we can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. We're just doing more of it and expecting different results. So we've been really taking the advice of the input that we received, and we've been developing the LCAP really based off that. So the goals are going to look different. It's still going to address academics, still going to address climate, still going to address those conditions of learning, but the goals are going to look different. You know, I don't even know, I can't even tell you exactly what the goals are because we still have to go through the second round and really develop it. But I'm excited to bring that forward at the public hearing after San Mateo County reviews it, to bring that forward so that you can see that there's a difference. And again, that kind of speaks to Ms. Doggett's comment about you need to have an action plan. You can't, you can't just share all this data and not have something actually follow up.
Thank you. Does anybody have any question or comments? Okay. Thank you, Will. So I missed the correspondence and board and superintendent communications. So would anybody like to start with correspondence?
I can start. I got many letters. I responded to as many as I could, except for the ones that happened today. So I just want to know that I am receiving all those and taking all into consideration. So I think probably a lot of you got a lot of the same letters. So.
I also received many emails, and I hope that everyone who emailed us, and if you're here today or if you're online, that you stay for all the budget presentations. Unfortunately, a lot of times we sit in the seat. We have to listen and get your emails. And a lot of times the information that you have in your emails is not correct. And so I'm hoping, because a lot of times in the board meetings, there's a lot of public comment and then everyone ups and gets up and leaves when the budget information is being presented. When you can see what is being presented, what we're making our decisions on, please stay. Please receive the information. And if you do run to be on the school board, be prepared. This is not an easy job. We probably get paid less than everyone. And we sit here, we do this because we care about our community. We care about our kids. And this meeting tonight reminds me of one of my early meetings about 5 years ago when we were faced with budget cuts, when we were faced with trying to correct some of the things that happened way before I got here, before COVID. And that's when I realized how hard this job was. And the decisions that we make are difficult ones. And I implore all of you to understand, please pay attention to the presentation. Please do not take information from outside sources. We are presenting it to you tonight so that you can see it. We make decisions based on what we have to do. We have what we call a fiduciary duty to the district so that we have schools, so that our children have schools for the future. And we have to make smart decisions, not always the happiest decisions. This is not an easy job. So if any of you would like to run, I ask for you to go forward so you can sit here and understand what really goes on. Thank you.
No question. All the same emails. Yeah, same emails. And I just wanted to highlight 3 notes from the correspondence. And please know, like it was said before, I read all of them, even the ones that are, kind of the template emails. I read all of them to see kind of where maybe misconceptions are, what we can address in board meetings. And I wanted to highlight 3 comments that I received in the correspondence because I thought they were very interesting. So the first comment, and this happened in a couple of emails, said, why are we back in the 2019 budget situation? And I actually was like, yes, why are we back in the 2019 budget situation? And that's a really important point, again, to Trustee Doggett's point. As COVID funds go down, we are back in the 2019 budget situation. And it was hard then and it's hard now. And so I wanted to highlight that one thing, plus other confounding situations. The second note from a parent or community member that sent me an email gave actually a ton of great data. And so thank you to that parent community member. And that data showed that for all of the LCFF districts, and these are the districts that don't make enough property taxes to keep all of their property taxes. We don't make enough property taxes to keep all of our property taxes. So we are in a bucket of school districts that is all of our property taxes go in a big bucket, and then it's reallocated by the state based on student need. And when she looked at just those districts, which is the majority of districts in all of California, we were in the bottom 7% of those districts. And I had never seen that data before, and I'm very thankful for her or him sending that because it was very interesting to look at. And then the third piece of correspondence that I thought was great advice for us is to do a better job communicating, which we hear all the time. But I think the point that this parent was making is for the past number of years, because COVID funds made things a little bit easier, we haven't been talking about through the superintendent's message, through other communications, what's coming, what happens at this cliff. And so this feels like a shock and a surprise. And I think that was very insightful for me reading that we haven't done a good job saying, This is one time, and not just in board meetings, because while a lot of people are here today, that number on the WebEx is usually like 20 or 15, and it goes down by 7 p.m. and it's like next to 0 at 8 p.m. So board meetings are not a way to communicate, we've learned. And so we need to just do a better job, because it isn't okay that everybody's surprised by this. This is something that should have been communicated a long time. So I thought that was really great advice. And thank you for all the correspondence that we received.
I'm the same with all of them. I started counting the number of emails I received before I came, and it's over 50 emails. And so I just wanted to thank everybody for sending them, because we do read them. We care about the community. We care about the employees. We used to be our parents in the school district. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that I did receive about 50 or over 50 of those. Do you have any correspondence?
I too, good evening, have received over 50 plus correspondence. There was a letter communication that went out to the community. And just to underscore something that was mentioned is that I value the feedback from the community, and I don't take it lightly. This is a difficult time for our district. And, we have to have hard conversations. I'm going to speak more about this later during the presentation, but it is the intent of the district to make sure as much as possible that there is employment for everyone. And so just want to have a conversation during the presentation to underscore it is not our intent for our community members not to be employed. But because of our fiscal situation, there are some changes that will need to be made, and we can always improve on communication. And so again, thank you for your communication, your letters, your recommendations. And I just wanted to say one other thing regarding communication, is the communication between myself and President of CSEA, Nicole Sayers. I'd just like to say kudos, because she has been an example of the type of progressive communication that you would want to have with your union partners. The kind of communication where you can have a conversation, you don't always have to agree, but it's respectful. And it also is one that will change a mindset and give you more information and provide you with historical context that is needed prior to making decisions. And so just would like to continue in our conversations and say publicly in our communication, you have been excellent, you have been respectful, and a model of what we want for all of our district leaders and labor partners. So thank you for that.
Okay, and moving on to E, Board Superintendent Communications. Would anybody like to start?
We had several negotiation meetings, or well, not, I think it was 2 meetings. I had also meetings with Dr. Williams. I've also had a couple meetings with the various constituents. I do want to say two things that just remind me, and I would like to remind you how long I've been hanging out here. That shirt that Janelle Jones is wearing right now was made at my house. My wife designed that. It says we heard our Pacifica teachers. So thank you. And we were having that same fight a couple years before the fight that was happening here. So I also was very pleased to see the Calypso and Ramona, who happened to be kids that I helped in Brownies many, many years ago that are now taking leadership positions. So it just makes me proud to see them here. So anyway. But I hear all of you. I understand. We will talk more, but I just want you to know my heart is with everyone. So anyway, that's.
Well, I attended our closed session meeting regarding the budget, and I've met with Dr. Williams as well. Yeah, I just hope that everyone just we really are on the same team. I hope you all understand.
A lot of my time this month was spent with a lot of the special board meetings, but then also with the Special Ed Advisory Committee and their monthly social that they have the first week every month that I've been going to for quite a long time. And then there was also a special ed post-pandemic presentation by Raquel, our psychologist, and that was very well attended and was wonderful too. The other big events this week were the grades 3 through 5 music concerts with Mark Enbehagen, and I attended the Valimar one, and then tried to assist him with the one at Sunset Bridge, and then also attended the Ortega PTO.
Same meetings as everyone else regarding the board. I went to the International Food Day at Ridge. Nobody ate my food, but it's okay. Said it was spicy, it's just Indian food.
Let's see. On January 31st, I had a meeting with Dr. Williams. On January 31st, I had a parcel tax oversight meeting. February 6th, I had a site check-in with the Ocean Shore principal. And on February 7th, I missed a special meeting due to work. I do have 3 jobs, including this one. And so I'm going to work with the superintendent so I can make it to those special last-minute meetings better. On February 8th, I had another meeting with Dr. Williams. I had a meeting with the CBO on February 8th. On February 8th, I zoomed into the LSEA meeting. And I'm not sure if that's an ongoing invitation or if it's like a monthly invitation. So maybe we can get that clarified. And then also, I just wanted to put out to CSEA that I haven't been to a meeting since Sue Beckmeyer was the president.
It might have been that one. I know, I've seen it. So we will make sure that.
That's all right. And that's it.
I've been, contrary to some comments, I have been to every campus during school time and multiple times. I do enjoy my campus visits. I have been, most recently, I had a chance to attend the concert over at Valimar. The kids were just wonderful. Mr. Yu did a fantastic job. The music, just the instruments. It was just a wonderful experience. Also had an opportunity to visit Sunset Ridge in their staff meeting, where we had a great conversation just in terms of counseling support, MTSS, and then also some broader needs of the school as well as the district. In addition, I continue to meet with my standing meetings with my bosses, the board of trustee members, and also with the principals, and also with our cabinet team. In an effort to work through some of our challenges, lots of conversation, and also met with our union partners multiple times. And so, thank you.
So now we are going back into the number 11, B, which is human resources and budgetary update. So if everybody could stay and watch the update on the budget, that would be great. And its speakers are Dr. Torres and Ms. Peterson.
Thank you, President. One of those trustees, Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams is going to go ahead and make the introduction to this agenda item.
So good evening to our board of trustees. Since the room is crowded, I won't do my typical introduction and address you. So please forgive me if I'm sitting. I do not think it's appropriate for me to present to you, but today, please forgive me. I will be sitting. But I just want you to know that as a district, as a leadership team, we have aimed to remain as transparent as possible and open the process that we're going through. We have weathered, as I've mentioned before, in communication as a district, several hurdles in terms of COVID, with pandemic-related closures that many schools have had throughout the country, not only in Pacifica or San Mateo County. we have also understood that prior to receiving one-time funds, COVID-related funds, the district was in a fiscal challenge at that particular time. Fortunately, we were given a lifeline, and that lifeline allowed us to increase our staff, increase our revenue, increase our services, and also provide broader support for both staff, students, and in addition to our family. And so as we come today, just to give you an overview in terms of where we stand fiscally and why certain decisions may need to be made in order for us to remain solvent. We also want to continue underscoring that in terms of our classified employees, we have been in communication with our union partners. Sometimes, we can agree, sometimes we disagree about the information, but we have made a strong effort to stay in communication. And also, there have been reports regarding the number of positions to be lost or folk who will be terminated. At this time, we have no determinations. What we are intended to do is open positions that we have, is to have those individuals who so choose and they feel that it is a match. We welcome them to those positions because once again, our goal is to make sure that our district is remain whole, but also that our community is put back together and that people are employed. And I don't just want to say employed, I want to say that they are in a space where they can continue to serve in a capacity that benefits children as well as our families and as well as their own family. And so we don't take lightly any decisions that are made or any of the recommendations that we are bringing forth. And you'll hear more about where we are in the process that we've gone through in order to arrive to the recommendations presented to you today. And so I am joined by our CBO, Josie Peterson, as well as Dr. Carla Chavez Torres. And in addition, we will have our Director of Special Education and Student Services, Mr. John Barkfield, who will stand to the podium as well. And then also, thank you. And then also with our director who's over instructional services. And I think it's important that we're able to go through the gamut of how the budget has impacted just every corner and every area of our district and how we've worked with our principals as well. We've listened to them and their feedback. And again, the feedback is helpful in terms of our thinking, and we have been creative, and there is more time for communication. I just want everyone to realize that there is more time between now and May or the end of the year for us to have communication, and we are planning to expand opportunities for our community members to come and engage in our conversation. And so with that, again, thank you to my team, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joy. Don't mind going ahead. So as Dr. Williams mentioned, we are going to do a budget overview, at a higher level of our budget. Go ahead and move forward, please. And then one more slide. So I want to start with, talking a little bit about the difficulties that we face as a school district and state funding, how the budget impacts our school district. One of the things that we need to do in our school district is to maintain fiscal solvency. We do have to report to the County Office of Education and with the state of California. And we are under a set of guidelines that we follow. One of the things that we need to do to be fiscally prudent is to maintain a reserve in our general fund budget. And what's required of us is a 3% reserve for economic uncertainty. And that is so that we can maintain fiscal solvency should such conditions arise that are unanticipated. And you've all seen some examples of what these unanticipated expenditures are. They are floods at Ocean Shore where we have to pay high deductibles. They are lawsuits that occur. We currently have 2 pending lawsuits in our school district. We have settlements all the time. We have had cash flow issues when the state doesn't pay us on time. We also have to be prepared for, when we have our parcel tax coming up. If we don't renew, that's another expenditure that we would have to cover in our general fund. To have to be prepared when the state has a budget deficit, it directly impacts our school district. Because when the state has a budget deficit, sometimes they don't pay, and sometimes they cut our funding after the school year has started. An example is what's going on right now at the state, and I can go into a little bit more detail about that. In the last slide, there are 3 different kinds of certifications that we have to, there we go. Thank you. When we file a report, we have to maintain a positive budget status. So what that budget status means is that we're not just looking at the current fiscal year to see that we have that 50% reserve. We're looking at the next 2 years. So we're looking at a 3-year forecast, and that is extremely difficult given the climate in the state. We have to use the best information we have at the time. We rely heavily on Governor Newsom's budget and school services to interpret that for us. So the assumptions we use in our budget are generally from the state and from school services. So a positive status means we can maintain fiscal solvency in the first year and 2 years, which means we have 8% reserve. For us, that's $1.2 million of reserve. It's cash in the bank. Our budget is $20 million. A qualified status means that we may not meet our financial obligations in the current year or in 1 or 2 of the next 2 years. And then you have a negative certification where we are unable to meet our financial obligations, which is 3% reserve. We can go a little bit more into this as we move through and answer trustee questions, but that's a general overview. And then later on, we can talk about what happens when the district does not meet this 3% reserve. So if you don't mind going forward, yeah? Okay, this is the template, and I love the email that you received from the parent, because you're talking about buckets. School districts are funded based on the number of students that you have. It's called attendance. And then the state gives you a dollar amount per student. And that's what they call LCFF funding. It's called local controlled funding formula. So Pacifica School District is an LCFF school district. I have things out here, how many there are in the county. So there's only a few of us. Bay Shore, Jefferson, Pacifica, Millbrae, and Farland. And the rest of the school district in San Mateo County are called community funded. And so what that means is you take a number of students you have times the formula, and you come up with an LCFF funding calculation. And I have a little more detail on that. And then you take the property taxes, and the state gives you the difference. So the first bucket is Pacifica. We have property taxes, and then the difference is made up by state aid. The second bucket is the community funded school district. They have so much property taxes that they do not receive any state aid. And they get to keep all the property taxes above and beyond what's in the bucket. So go ahead and move forward. Okay, this is kind of an example I wanted to give you of an LCFF funded school district versus I just picked South San Francisco Unified School District, one of our neighbors. So an LCFF funded school district for Pacifica, our formula is $11,260 per student. Okay. South San Francisco gets $12,648. Not really much difference between the 2 school districts. When you look at our ADA, $2,748, our total funding is just over $30 million, almost $31 million. Then you look at South San Francisco School District and you take their ADA, their funding is $96 million. Now they have excess property taxes of $36 million. So that makes their funding $132 million. Now you look at their per student number, it's over $17,000. So they're getting over $17,000 per student, and we're still getting just $11,260. That's $4,700 more per student that they can spend. In addition to that, I mean, there's other funding sources that we can talk about. When I looked at the other school districts that are LCFF funded, I looked at them to see, like, what are they doing differently than us? So when you looked at Jefferson Elementary, our neighbor, another formula in the LCSF is how many students qualify for either low socioeconomically disadvantaged, foster youth, or homeless students or English learners. So in the formula, you get additional funding if you have those students in your district, which makes sense because they need more support. So you get more funding. Pacifica has approximately 24% of our population. So we're getting a bump in our LCFF because we have 24% of that population. Well, Jefferson gets so much more money than us because their population is 64%. So that's where the LCFF funding formula, you can both be LCFF school districts, but if you don't have the same demographics, one district gets a lot more funding than another. I looked at Millbrae, and they're about 35% more than Pacifica. So they're a little bit more in line. They get more. San Carlos is 13.79% in that population. And then I thought, well, how are they doing it? And what's the difference between Pacifica? So I looked at that, and they have a $3 million parcel tax ongoing. They also have $2.4 million in their education foundation, and they have a preschool program that generates funding. In addition to that, their property taxes, the difficulty in San Mateo County is the property taxes changed. They flipped into community funded in 21-22, and then again in 22-23. They flipped back out in 23-24, so they could be facing some of the challenges we're facing. But they do have that large education foundation, and they have an ongoing parcel tax of $2.4 million. So that's just some big picture on what is LCFF funded school districts, what's community funded, and why is there such disparity with San Mateo County. You know, having the focus on this. So this is just a little more conversation about district review on a very high level. I just took the numbers from our 2024 first interim, which were approved in December. We had positive certification. At that time, the COLA for 24-25 was 3.94%. And 2026, it was 3.29%. In January, Governor Newsom announced his new budget, and now the COLA for 24-25 is 0.76%. And for 25-26 is 2.75%. Those are the assumptions we have to use in our budget. We have to use the assumptions based on the governor's budget. So putting it a multi-year together, I have some columns here to kind of demonstrate different scenarios for our school district. Our current reserves, if we make no budget reductions, with the current budget with the lower COLAs, we're going to have continue to have a 10.67% reserve this year, a 5% reserve next year, and then we're going to go negative third year. The other difference in this analysis from when you approved first term is we did approve compensation increases for our certificated and classified employees. And so those numbers have been added into the current year's budget and then, just carried forward in the 2 years. The next column is what is our reserves if we make $900,000 of budget reductions. So it's 10.67% this year, 7.42%, and then 3.78% in the third. Then just throwing numbers out there. The next column is $900,000 in budget cuts, and let's add that to council and the flavor. We're going to have a lot more discussion about council. You can see in this scenario, we go down to 0.0005% in the third year. So in these scenarios, we can see the red, we're not going to be able to file a positive budget certification. Could you go ahead and leave forward, Stan? So this is some historical information. It's a lot of information on one slide. So kind of go through it, each slide. So before COVID, and you guys have already talked about this, we were all at Sunset Ridge. We were all facing budget reductions. We were in deficit spending. We had to make $600,000 of budget reductions. It was a horrible time, just like it is right now. We had to maintain 3% reserves, or we would be in county oversight. Unfortunately, we didn't make quite as much budget reductions as we anticipated, and we did go into a qualified budget status. So the county came in and we had county oversight for the rest of that school year. And we can talk more about what that is later. So some of the things that you look at when you're adopting your budget and bringing it to the board is the state has these fiscal indicators. I didn't list them all, but every time you adopt a budget, there's a certification form that the Board of Trustees signs, and it has all the fiscal indicators. The ones that impact Pacifica is declining enrollment. Less kids means less funding. We have, similar staff, but then enrollment goes down, so we get less funding. Post-employment benefits. What that is our district pays retirement benefits. If you work for the school district for 10 years, you get 10 years of health insurance and dental insurance, up to 10 years after you retire. Then after those 10 years have expired, you continue as a post-retiree and you get about $1,600 a year towards your single medical and dental for the rest of your life. And then we also have uncapped health benefits. And these are state indicators. These are not just the village specific. This is what the state was looking at. So uncapped health benefits means that there is no limit to the health benefit package. Ours is for the certificated classified family Kaiser health benefits, and then full family Delta Dental health benefits. So if you are a 7 or 8 hour employee in our district, you get about a $27,000 health benefit package. And it is limited to Kaiser, so if you buy a more expensive plan, then you would have to pay the difference. We also have pension plans. All school districts have pension plans. And the difficulty we've been facing with that is, as you've heard, the pension plans don't always meet. Same with Social Security. They come up short, so they increase the rates. So what we're paying for teachers is 19.1% of their salary towards the pension plan. And then what we pay for classified is currently 26.58% of the salary, steadily increasing over the next few years, projected to be 30.3% in the year 27-28. So that's a high cost for school districts. All school districts have to pay that. We also have increased contributions to special education. We do not receive adequate funding from the federal government or the state to serve the needs of our special education students. We are severely underfunded. So as the needs increase, which have dramatically increased, and John will explain that to you in his presentation, we have to contribute more of our LCFF funds to pay for those services because the students need the services. So now that was before COVID, and these fiscal indicators have continued through all these years. For Pacifica, these indicators have changed. Going into COVID, we went back to a positive budget certification. And that's because we received over $3 million of one-time federal funding. I listed the categories there. We also had a major ADA relief. So we received the LCFF funding based on your attendance. Well, with our declining enrollment, we lost over 300 students from before COVID to after COVID. The state gave us forgiveness and they started using a 3-year rolling average of attendance. Well, that 3-year rolling average keeps going down. So that's the difficulty that we're facing. During COVID, we hired COVID health assistants, much needed, Paraplayworks, works, and then we added to our council. We already had over 2 counselors because we always had a middle school counselor in the UAC, and we had counselors for the K-8. We had a counselor that went to IVL, to Cabrillo and Valimar, and then Ocean Shore had like the YSP program. So there was about a 2.5 FTE in the counseling program prior to COVID, but during COVID, we realized how much we needed the counselors. We added counselors to all the schools. So the K-5s had counselors and the K-8s all had full-time counselors. And then an administrative assistant for COVID was also added. Then after COVID, we're looking now again at possibly filing a qualified budget if we don't make reductions or make changes to our budget. We do not have any more COVID funds. There were one-time funds. It's so difficult when you hire employees with one-time funds. So difficult. Positions were funded with one-time funds. Eventually need to be eliminated, or you need to find another funding source. We have pending compensation increases, which we have included in our budget. And our school district has 2 pending lawsuits and several pending settlements for services that are needed. One of the big things that happened this year is the Kaiser rates went up 11%. Historically, they were increasing by 5%, and this year we got hit with an 11% increase. So if you don't mind running forward, Stan. This is the big snapshot of our budget from historical. So I won't get into too much detail, but it's a good overview that from 2021, you can see our total revenues, 33 million, expenses 35 million. We had a deficit of 1.6 million. Then in 21-22, with all the COVID funds, we went back into a surplus. We had a positive ending fund balance of $1 million. Or positive surplus. And then in 22-23, we were positive, and now 23-24, we're projecting a negative deficit of $1.1 million because we're spending more money and we no longer have those funds. So we project that to continue in the next 2 years. Looking at down below, we just talked about how we self-certified as qualified in 2021. COVID funds moved us back to positive, and then now in 2024, we're facing some budget adjustments here. We need revenues, or we need to make reductions. Go ahead, Sandy. And then I think this is
These next couple of slides illustrate what we were just talking about. These are not new information. We know about declining enrollment. We've had that. We've been experiencing that. But it's pretty stark here to see 3,150 before COVID, 2,759. That is hugely significant and not aimed at the subgroups. You know, not much shifting. They stayed fairly stable.
Yeah, and these
Got it. Thank you. And chronic absenteeism. We talked about this in many different presentations, and this is a big focus for our district. But this again illustrates 96% attendance rate before COVID. After COVID 22-23, we were really, at the lowest point about 93.3. And as you've heard in other presentations, we're slowly kind of coming back. But with that lower declining enrollment and attendance difficulties post-COVID, that really has impacted our fiscal reality. Okay. And here, as far as these first couple of boxes are nice because it shows declining enrollment before, during, and after. But then our numbers of students in special education, 345, 327 may have been an anomaly during a COVID year. Things were happening in that year. Now we are at 425 students eligible for special education. We have 80 pending assessments as well in the works. So that is a sharp increase in the needs of our students at the same time of declining enrollment. So that's where the difficulties come. We're also seeing students with more significant needs, both in mental health, more severe disabilities. So we're really having to look at our programs at our school sites to see if making sure that we can meet students' needs and not have to look at more restricted placements for them.
On screen. We recognize that the act of budget reductions is deeply personal. Yet the district has no choice but to plan for reductions in order to keep the district financially solvent. Because staffing is 83%, this is an area that is considered for proposed budget reductions. The district will continue to work on ways to find additional revenue sources and balance all the factors to get to a place that limits proposed budgetary reductions. Now we present historical staffing information for you to look at. In this slide, you'll see that before COVID, we had 2 counselors, plus additional agency support, 2 hours per school of paraprofessional aides, 4 hours per school of school assistant. IBL had an additional 8-hour attendance specialist. During COVID, we added 4 additional counselors, plus continued additional agency support. We added 8 hours per school of paraprofessional playworks full-time. And we continued to have 4 hours of school assistants. We added 4 additional hours for schools over 525 students of school assistant time,
and IBL continue their 8-hour attendance specialists. After COVID, this is what we're proposing. Can you go back, Sarah? After COVID, what we are proposing is to go back to pre-COVID. 2 school counselors plus additional agency support. No paraprofessional playworks. But we are adding and keeping 12 hours per school of school assistant to make sure that our schools are safe. Schools that have over 500 students will have an additional 4 hours of school assistance. We can go to the next slide, please. This is more historical staffing information for you to see staffing before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. That's and I think we're missing. Go back. Go back. Okay, right here. This is like I want to talk about. Annually, the district leadership team meets with each principal in January to begin planning for the following school year. These initial planning meetings include discussion on the projected next year's budget, projected enrollment, and staffing for each school. These next few slides share historical information regarding staffing. This slide demonstrates staffing to enrollment ratios and enrollment numbers over time. Non-district office certificated personnel to enrollment ratio. Non-district office classified enrollment ratio and district office staff to enrollment ratio. If you notice on the top, it'll show you the ratios that are considered for staffing to enrollment. Before COVID, TK was 24:1. That means 24 students to 1 teacher. K-3, 24:1. 4th and 8th grade, 32:1. Their union contract allows 32:1 in a classroom, 4th to 8th grades. At that time, we have 3,150 students. Now, if you look at after COVID, TK has changed. It is now a ratio of 12 students to 1 teacher. K-3 continues 24:1. 4th to 8th continues 32:1. Contract continues to allow 32+1 in a classroom. Enrollment has dropped to 2,746 students. This is significant. Non-district office certificate to enrollment ratio is currently 6%. We have 2,746 students, but our percentage of non-district office certificated is higher. It is 1% higher than when we had 3,150 students. If you look at the non-district office classified to enrollment ratio, it is currently 4.4%. It is still more than when we had 3,150 students. If you look at district office personnel, that has stayed pretty status quo before, during, and after COVID. We go to the next slide. We talked about this one, but in the next 2 slides, we present additional staffing information. Historically, before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. Additional COVID monies enabled our district to hire additional personnel, including an additional 4 counselors, as demonstrated earlier, additional 6 hours for school and paraprofessional playwork, school climate, 6 COVID health assistants, 1 student services admin assistant. In addition, 1 administrator of special projects was hired to support before and after school programs and additional projects. Also hired was a coordinator of special education as a result of recommendations from the school services study of our special education department. And a vice principal of guidance and learning was hired to support our school that has a high percentage of high need students. Go to the next one. And I will ask my colleague, Mr. Lucy, to present this.
So we're talking about staffing to enrollment. That has caused us to consider the reduction of teaching positions. And I just wanted to make it clear that when you're reducing teaching positions, it does not change the structure of who will be providing instruction. It does change the structure of who will be providing instruction, but it does not equate to a programmatic change. Meaning the program is not changing. What the students are being delivered is still the same. It's the structure that who is delivering that's changed. And that was something that had come up in the question.
Next one. These next few slides present information regarding proposed budget reduction. Discussions regarding these budget reductions have been a discussion held over time in planning with the leadership team, labor partners, classified and certificated employees that may be affected by these proposed budget reductions. Please note that all classified employees affected by budget reductions have employment options in our district. Given our current classified vacancies and proposed addition of school assistant hours at each school, we do not want to lose our classified employees. There are enough vacancies for them to fill. This is a slide that I put in just to show that 83% of our total general budget goes to employee costs. I did break down that 73% of that goes to district employees and 10% goes to contract employees for a total of 83%. Here are the proposed budget reductions for classified, certificated, and management positions. 4 of these positions are currently vacant, and additional 6 will be vacant in 24-25 due to resignations and retirements. The next 3 slides will show possible employment options for affected employees for school year 24-25. Next slide, please. Here you will see each classified position that is being affected. Attendance specialist is vacant. 12 paraprofessional playworks, which consist of 2 to 6 hour positions. Some are 2, some are 2.5, some are 3, some are 4, some are 3.5, and 1 is a 6-hour paraprofessional playworks. Currently, possible reassignments and employment options are, there are 9 currently open paraprofessional positions in our school district. There are multiple open school assistant school assistant positions for 24-25. Every employee here has bumping rights based on a seniority list. Please stay on that slide. Yes, don't move from here. LMEC school secretary. It is the same. There's 9 currently open paraprofessional positions, multiple open school assistant positions, and bumping rights based on seniority list. 2 paraprofessionals, special day class, both are vacant. Lead behaviorist, 1 currently open behaviorist position is available and other current vacancies is open, but we received a resignation retirement notice today, so that position will also be vacant for 24-25. Congratulations. Senior maintenance worker is vacant. Paraprofessional intervention and math combination classes. Again, there are 9 currently open paraprofessional positions, multiple open school assistant positions, and there are bumping rights based on seniority. And the last one is paraprofessional resource specialist time. There are 2 employees that added temporary time to the second half of the school year. We have to notice a reduction of hours before March 15th for them to go back to their initial hours for the new school year. So 2 affected employees that will continue with their original assignments. Next slide. Certificated. 4 counselors. At this time, there is no opportunity for reassignment. We are hopeful that budgetary constraints may change. one homeschool teacher that will be vacant in 24-25. English language arts teacher, due to attrition, no employee affected. Middle school teacher, due to attrition, no employee affected. And I listed homeschool teacher twice, my apologies. The next slide. Management, administrator on special projects. There is a retirement and no employee will be affected for 24-25. Postponement of salary increase and possible furlough days for district office management. Reassignment not needed. Next slide. And there are potential budgetary opportunities that our superintendent, Dr. Williams, will speak.
Thank you, the team. And then also just wanted to highlight that there will be continued efforts to access additional resources, specifically to retain our counselors via grants, also via community partnerships. We do understand that that is a need. We don't take this lightly. We know the services are needed for all of our students, and not just in light of recent events within our district, but we know that post-COVID, the need has increased. And not only in Pacifica, but again, across our county and throughout our country. And so we are continuously working together to strategize and in terms of how to get additional funding. So do want you to know that. But you know, one of the things that struck me in one of the communications from a parent, and I won't say who it is, I didn't ask permission, but she took me back to a time in her communication back in the 70s, back when Ocean Shore was working on their alternate program. When community came together, community planned this program with students at the forefront, also working with parents and designing a path forward so that all students would get the education that they so deserve. And it may not have looked like a traditional model or setting, but that was one in which community had input, and also there was excitement around the development of the alternate curriculum and program at Ocean Shore. And so I say that because as we continue to seek resources, I also encourage you to advocate outside of the district as well, because we've shown you our fiscal picture. And as much as we want to, we love to keep everyone, but we know that it just doesn't work like that in terms of budget at the same levels. And so I encourage all of us to work together. One, let's advocate at the state and federal level for funding. Let's come together and find a path forward and have a community unity advocacy. When we have the end disagreements, it's difficult to advance our agenda, which is to ensure that we preserve our programs, the integrity of our programs, and most importantly, the integrity of our relationships. We don't want a broken community, and not to suggest that we are, but it's really difficult to come back when you realize we are all human and we are all going through this process together. The other piece I would just like for us to draw on is we have the blueprint. We have the blueprint of collaboration. I know as your superintendent, I'm committed to working from that blueprint, which has been laid out by those parents. I know it was in the 70s, but by the parents and their efforts back from Ocean Shore School. And so again, we welcome questions. We welcome collaboration. This is not final. It's not a one-time situation. And know that the administrative team, it's not us, them, and you. It's going to take this entire community for us to harness our support together, our best thinking, our innovative ideas to problem solve and to move forward and be forward thinking. But in order for us to do that, is we reach a level of understanding, a level of mutual respect, and then also our interest increases in terms of where do we advocate? And how do we advocate together so that we get the intended results? And so this concludes our presentation. Thank you all. And Board of Trustees, we're now open for questions.
Does anybody have questions?
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. That one slide that showed the $3 million of funds, I thought that was really illuminating that we got during COVID, because it sort of sets the stage of when we're thinking about how to be creative with funding. That's the amount that we're talking about. And we've gotten a lot of requests of, can't you get, somebody to leave the district at this salary point, or $8,000 of AT&T costs that might be, shifted, or $5,000 here. We're talking about a $3 million bucket. And so while these things can get us to $100,000, $200,000, $3 million of change means a structural change is needed in the way that we operate this district. And that is effectively the difficult position that we're in today. So I just wanted to highlight that. The second question that I wanted to ask Josie, if you wouldn't mind. So what happens, as Trustee Doggett said, we have a fiduciary responsibility to have a positive certification. But in the option that we chose not to say, let's just run down the reserve, what are the impacts of being qualified or negative? What does that look like for a district?
Yes, so you have the option of self-certifying as qualified or negative, or like you said, we have the option of certifying as positive, right? And what would happen? Well, the county does review all of our budget reports, and so they then turn it over to the county, and they might have some questions, or they always issue that letter. So you get like 3-page letter addressed to the board president on their review of our budget. And they have, issues they found, like capital issues or reserve issues. So in the letter, they were in agreement when we filed, positive, qualified, and such. So if we were to file a positive report and they were in disagreement, then the letter would be quite different, and then there would be some recommendations. Going even further, let's say we self-certify as qualified or negative, or the county decides that we're qualified or negative, then what are the next steps? The County Office of Education will really work with our school district. They've always worked with us, they've always supported us. So then they would come here and they would start to attend board meetings. They might start participating in the budget presentations and discussions. It depends on how short the district is, doing the reserve on what happens next. But if it is, serious, they might call FICMAT. FICMAT is the Federal Crisis Management Team at the state level. That's the team that comes into school districts when they are in a financial. Like you might have heard open 5-10 years ago. FICMAT was there for a long time, and the school services came to assist. So FICMAT might come in and do a risk analysis, which would be paid for by the school district. FICMAT comes in. The County Office of Education could also issue what's called a lack of going concern letter. It's similar to sometimes the auditors issue, and that would also trigger FICMAT to be involved. If you have a negative certification, you'll have to file an additional report. The County Office of Education would expect the board to approve a fiscal stabilization plan at that time. The district cannot have any non-voter approved debt. So that would include trans, which are loans that we can get at low interest rates, and COPs, which are certificate of participation loans, without county approval. Currently, we can go out and get these loans without the county approval. And so we would no longer be able to, get those type of loans when we need them. In loan certifications, the county would be more involved. They'll be reviewing the budget assumptions. They would require 10 days advance notice in any salary negotiations. So we kind of slow us down at that pace. If the district is a complete failure to meet its obligations for the state, we could ask for a state loan. That would be something, can't pay the bills. The board could lose the power. The County Office of Education could request to cease and rescind on any contractual obligations. And that would happen if the district has to ask for a state vote. So those are some of the things that could happen, have positive status and not workforce to need that must do that.
It does, and I just want to clarify that when FICMAT or when the county comes in, their goal is to make us fiscally solvent, right? So they would be making the choices, they would be doing the things that drive to getting us back to a 3% or higher reserve, as that would be their main objective.
Yes, the level of their involvement depends on the level of our financial expense. We did have the county office of education when we self-certified as qualified last time. And he attended our meeting, he reviewed our budget, we met with him regularly to see, how things were going. They were involved in everything that he was really care for.
And then is there a credit impact to the district if we are qualified or negative in terms of, if we have a bond coming up, what impact does that have on our use and implementation of
So
bonds?
it does impact, just like, school districts do have standard and fourth ratings. So it would impact our credit rating. And as I mentioned, we might not be able to get loans. Like if we have a cash flow issue, we might not be able to get a TRAN, which is a loan, or a COP. One of the plans for the workforce housing was to obtain COPs to help pay for the workforce housing. So I think it would really, if it be difficult for Pacifica to obtain finance in that situation, it could affect our credit.
And then I have a question for Carla. It was under the attendance. I'm just wondering, we've had 3150 in 2019 and 2749 right now. So we've lost like a whole school of students, but we're still retaining the staff. Is that correct?
Overall number.
Overall, the big picture.
Yes. Correct. So before COVID in 16-17, we had 3,150 students. We had 175 non-district office certificated. Currently, we have 2,746 students, which is a really big drop. It is a whole school. Yes. And the ratio of certificated to the enrollment is higher than it was when we had 3,150 students.
I really appreciated that slide because what we're talking about is so complicated, but it broke it down for us. The other one is, I think this might be Will, but I'm not sure, but I can ask somebody here. If parents sent their kids like 3 times more for the rest of the year, would that increase our budget?
Yes. John.
So what is the significance of attendance coming to school and receiving more money?
Absolutely, yeah, that's why we are really focusing on that attendance awareness campaign. We're going to launch an even more concerted campaign, and we've already previewed that with our principals. Really excited about that. This is these are dollars that can come to us to improve attendance. So we have a full court press. We're seeing good things happen. It's slow. It's not going to be this massive spike, but it's going where we want it to.
In comparison to 2 years ago, it's a pretty significant. You're only talking about 3%, but that's a lot of students when you're talking about around 3,000 students. That's a big increase. So 2 years ago to now, it's been pretty significant. Hopefully we can hold it throughout the year.
Right. I thought I heard that we're considered a medium-sized school district. Is that right?
Small.
We're getting closer to the small school district, which is what,
2499.
So we're getting closer to being labeled as a small school district.
So what happens if you're labeled a small school district? Does anything positive happen out of that?
We'll have to look at that.
Okay. All right.
coalition is not.
Well, if you do the numbers from where we are right now, 2746, and we're at what, 19% attendance. That means that on a daily basis, we're under the 2,500 mark, right?
Yeah, that's attendance. That is correct.
Yeah,
And that's attendance. I think that to be a small school district, it's based on enrollment, but I haven't read up on that.
Is there a waiver or anything we can sign? Or, I mean, is there something we haven't explored as far as that?
We can look into it. That's a good question, and that's something that we're gonna look into.
Yes. And it was one of the principals who said that to me in one of my site visits. And so that, I think that would be really important because on any given day, we're under that mark. And if we could do some kind of waiver and still, I have a feeling small school districts that are essential receive more funding. So it wouldn't hurt. Does anybody else have any questions, Scott?
Just so I'm not confusing anything. These are possible reductions, we are not approving or we are not getting rid of anyone tonight. These are just suggested that we go and look at this for the future. I want to be very clear that this is just a possibility. This is not it right now. This is opening the discussion. So can you all please clarify that everything proposed about the employee reductions, they are proposed. This is a possibility. This is not an actual thing that is happening right now.
We are bringing resolutions after this that do need action. Final assignments, we have till May 15th to see if any changes happen. So let's say we apply for a grant and we get a grant for wellness, that possibly can bring back school counselors.
Okay.
So from now to May 15th, we have time to make those types of changes.
And why do we have to do this tonight? I just want to make sure that
There is a timeline by Ed Code. So this is a legal timeline that by March 15th, we have to have approval by the board to make these reductions. So that is why we're bringing it today, because our next board meeting is March 13th. And after, if it is approved, we do have to give notice and have meetings with affected employees.
Right.
But we do have until May 15th for final notice and reassignments if that's possible.
All right, we are coming to the time limit.
Just one quick question. And then on the slide, Dr. Torres, that you showed with the possible reassignments. And so am I to understand that all the people that are on the possible but not being decided list, there are roles for all of those people to continue to be in our schools?
Yes. And some of the employees that are affected have 2 or 3 positions. And so some of their positions are not being affected at all. So they still have a position, but it's regarding the number of hours. But they are able to add additional hours because we are creating new school assistant positions. And there are also currently many vacant positions that we would like our district employees to take.
Thank you.
And can we, one thing, just wanted to clarify, going back to Trustee Dowd's comment and question, just clarifying about those positions with one-time money. So the positions that we're funding with one-time money, potentially, if it's not a vacant position, because some of those positions are vacant, but the ones that are not, potentially, folk could not have a position in a new school year.
The 4 counselors.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay. Okay, so we're moving on to number 12, action items. Resolution 2024-02-14A to consider district office level unrepresented management compensation reductions. This is an action item and the speaker is Dr. Williams. Oh, is there one on
You have
11?
comments?
Yeah, we have comments on. So we have one speaker, Megan Ellsworth.
Hi. It's short. You're considering furlough days and or a raise or no raise for district office personnel. Obviously, no raise makes sense. Don't do furlough days because this work still needs to get done. The work's not gonna get done, and who is that gonna fall on?
Speaker, Dr. Williams?
Yes.
Oh, we have two that are online. Brittany Belsteri, are you online? And we also have Karina Lee, if she could be ready.
Not seeing Brittany online anymore.
Karina Lee? Are you there? Karina? Do you want to do the presentation and we can come back after?
We do the presentation. Yes.
Lee.
Okay, all right. Good evening once again to the Board of Trustees. I bring forth to you consideration for resolution 2024-02-14-A to consider district office level unrepresented management compensation reductions. According to Ed Code Section 45032 and 45162A, permit Pacifica School District's Board of Trustees to set the salaries for its certificated and classified employees. The district administration has informed the board that the district faces serious fiscal issues for the 2024-2025 school year and beyond, notwithstanding several actions already taken by the district to reduce expenditures. Due to these fiscal issues, we are recommending to reduce its salary expenditures for unrepresented district office management employees, including the implementation and consideration of furlough days and or the postponement of 2023-2024 salary schedule increases. It is thereby recommended that the board adopt resolution 2024-02-14-A to consider district office level unrepresented management compensation reductions.
Does anybody have any questions regarding the resolution?
The resolution is just for consideration. It's not to do it. We just have the option.
You have the option. Okay. Yes, you give the authority for us to do that. Yes.
And then are there, sorry. One other question is, are there any other groups that are not getting a salary increase other than the district management under this consideration?
No, we would be the only ones.
Okay.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? No, do I have a motion to approve? Back to the resolution 2024-02-14-A to consider district office level unrepresented management compensation reductions. And this is an action item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
In a second?
Yeah. If all in favor, you raise your hands. Motion passes.
Okay, so now we are moving on to B, resolution number, you want to do B?
For B.
For B.
I get one.
Do you want to do these first?
Yes.
Okay. So this is in order to get through, and give everybody a chance to say something or most of the people to speak. We need to do another vote. And we need to reduce the time, the speaking time to 2 minutes.
Okay.
So do I have a motion to reduce the speaking time to 2 minutes?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hand.
Passes 4-0.
Okay, and the first speaker is Julie Cotter. And then if Lorinda Brennan can be ready, and also Jaime Blanchard.
Hello, my name is Julie Cotter and I've been parent to two girls, one in Henry Lacey and the other at Cafe. Over the years, I've been actively involved as a room parent and volunteer. I served on the Ortega PTO for 7 years and I'm currently the IDL PTO Activity Fundraising Coordinator. And I'm also the Pacific Education Foundation representative for Henry Lacey. My husband is the president of the Pacifica Girls Softball League. I bring these facts up because we are both well versed in the challenges that our schools face, but we are also avid volunteers and problem solvers looking for thoughtful solutions to ensure that our schools and our kids are successful. These funding challenges are not new, and ultimately need to be addressed at the state level. But in the meantime, we need to figure out a way to balance the budget without losing the integrity of our schools. The talk about expensive consultants being hired, if that's the case, can we cut these positions and give them to people who know our kids? Special ed we can't afford lawsuits. We have to stop that. And ultimately, I'd like to challenge the way that the schools are funded at the state level. So I'd also propose that we cut professional development programs and trainings that our staff do not find valuable. I appreciate that you're willing to take a pay cut and forego scheduled raises to show solidarity. I do not envy your position about the tight budgetary challenges that our state imposes on schools. Can we apply for more grants? What is the protocol to reach out to local big employers, Genentech, Home Depot, Salesforce, to see about corporate funding sponsorship? Can we write to our senators and representatives as a mass group? Can you lead us? We really need that. How can we help? We need to be a team and look for operational solutions, but trimming the fat from an already depleted carcass is not the solution. I attended Challenge Day. You cannot cut counselors. It's not going to work. I worry that if these positions are cut, there will not be adequate supervision on the playground and available counsel for our kids. Our paraprofessionals and counselors work tirelessly behind the scenes to support our students. If they are removed, it will be detrimental and our students will suffer academically, socially, and mentally. On paper, they are near positions, but there are faces and families behind these roles.
Julie, your time's up. We have to move on to the next speaker. Thank you. Lorinda Brennan.
I'm here. If you asked me to share this. My name is Lorinda, and I'm a parent with two children in Pacifica School District. One at Ortega Elementary and one other at IDL. Over the years, I have been actively involved as a room parent, assisting in PE in conjunction with Playworks for both 4th and 5th graders. I volunteer at Ortega 2 to 3 days a week, and I recently was honored with a certificate of appreciation for my dedication to the Pacifica School District. As we are all aware, our school is facing budget challenges. While I strongly advocate for better state funding to address these issues, our immediate focus must be on balancing the budget. Presently, we find ourselves with an administration that is top-heavy, while our teachers and classified are among the lowest paid in San Mateo County. I support implementing pay cuts at the top level, ideally around 10%. It is critical that there be proportional alignment between administrative salaries and those of our teachers and classified workers. If our teachers are the lowest paid in the county, our administrative salaries need to mirror this scale. Our focus must be on prioritizing fundamental aspects of our school, which include adequate staffing in our classrooms and our front offices. Once we have ensured that basic student needs are met, we can consider growing our administrative team. And consultants are a luxury we cannot afford. We must not overlook the invaluable contribution of our classified employees. They are unsung heroes. They are our reading specialists, They prepare meals, they provide comfort and first aid to our kids. These include playworks, reading specialists, and paraprofessionals who are all critical to maintaining classroom functionality. Allow me, well, let me just get to the point.
We need to move on. Well, our next speaker is Jaime.
Jamie.
Oh, sorry, Jamie. Just one second. Can we have Josh Romano ready and Rachel Merlot? Okay, go ahead, Jamie. Sorry about that.
Hello, my name is Jamie Blanchard. I am currently the Valley Market PTO president, but more importantly, I'm a mother to my son. I welcome you to walk across the street any given morning between Margaret and Robin. They conduct an orchestra of the trauma unit on any given moment. And they keep that office running, they get kids where they need, they plug up nosebleeds, all while we have Bonnie getting our kids across the street safely and with love. You should see them. They run up to her, hello, Miss Bonnie. Like, this is someplace where we leave them in care and safety, and we know that they're loved and wanted and cherished. And to cut these people is not a number on a board. It is part of our extended family. And so these people are vital. So I'm going with some numbers. In August, the board approved contracted paraprofessionals at the rate of 89,100, 97,200, 97,200, and 89,100. Again, in January, 3 more positions from January through June for paraprofessionals, 54,000, 51,000, 54,000. We're contracting out paraprofessional positions. They might have a different skill set than some of our current paraprofessionals, but these numbers are at least twice what we pay our paraprofessionals. If there's an opportunity to give them training so they can move into some of these positions, why aren't we looking at that? There's hundreds of thousands of dollars that are spent on paraprofessional positions in contracts. And so to sit there and say that we're going to cut our family to bring in contractors, I don't get it. Maybe somebody can explain that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm nervous. That's why I'm like,
Jamie, your time's up. We just have to move on, but thank you. And Josh?
Yes. I'm a parent. I have 2 kids that go to Cabrillo. I also work, live in town. Pacifica School District mission statement, right there on the wall. The community it serves, the children they cherish together prepare each child to meet challenges of the future by providing an equitable, rigorous academic program which nurtures curiosity and inspires joy, confidence, and achievement in learning. These proposals have no benefit to our children and do not even live up to the district's own stated values. The children of this school district are not cherished by the superintendent and district administrators, nor will they be aided in their challenges now or prepared for them in the future if these proposals are adopted. The members of the Board of Trustees who vote in favor of this resolution and the individuals in the district management who propose these resolutions need to be prepared to defend their decisions. Every parent or guardian who has a child in this district deserves an explanation as to how reducing school counselors at almost every school site in the district, in addition to restructuring the English language arts program at 2 different school sites, is in the best interest of our community. I know we're here late. Please try to pay attention and focus on this. It's hard for all of us, so let's try to work together, people.
Rachel Merlot.
Hi, I'm Rachel Merlot. This time my phone died and I don't have the charger with students. So honestly, I've been up here many years. I'm 15 years in the district. I'm a parent. I'm a union negotiator. I always appreciate Joseph's budget because, you know. I guess what I want to say tonight is this is not new. We knew this was coming. I feel frustrated knowing that we knew this was coming, and it feels like there was not this type of preparedness that we needed
and now we're here, and we've been here before, and this continues to happen. I would be happy to sit and show what it looks like on paper, what that means in practical application. It's not the same. We're coming back after COVID. They're different students. My job is not the same. To have my students with 32-1, I cannot serve them. They're not being served at that level. I understand the budget issues. I know what the issues are at the state. I am thinking of any way out of the box. We need more than falling on the teachers' backs and the people that are already playing all of these extra roles to please be more proactive in doing something about it. It's not working. I know that people feel that we're coming up here and saying different things and all of that. There needs to be some real conversations where we're truly looking at what the practical application looks like. And it's not good. You are expecting us to do things that are not able to work any longer coming back from COVID. I'm telling you, I work in the middle school, 15 years. I have more gray hair than I should have. It is not the same. The students aren't the same. People don't parent their children the same. That means we cannot educate our children the same. Please really consider what it means to not have the staffing.
The next speaker is Megan Ellsberg again. Megan?
I put myself on there.
Megan? Okay, we'll wait for Megan, and meanwhile, we'll go to online. Is Erin Pickett there?
Just give me a second.
I was at 12B that wasn't on. Can I continue my speech while?
Erin, oh, there's
I didn't get the warning.
Can Erin Pickett and Charlene Hilo be on deck for next? Yeah. Both, go ahead, Megan.
Sorry, I was over there and I was expecting you to want sprinted. All right, can someone up there ask how we are cutting all these pairs tonight, but keep signing the contracts with outside agencies? Make it make sense. Cutting these positions is saving such measly amounts of money. As you said earlier, $3 million is what we're doing. And all these cuts, cutting these paraprofessionals, running, and all these classified staff, it's pennies. It's so small, and the impact is so huge. Make it make sense. What's the financial benefit? How much money is it actually saving? Ask for real numbers. Share with us real numbers. What are the real numbers of cutting these positions? Thank you.
And we'll go back online. Erin Pickett.
We have Charlene. Do you want to get Charlene?
Okay, let's go on to Charlene. Charlene Hilo?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to do this quickly. So as you know, I have been a part of the school district as a parent and employee for over 30 years. Most of your classified workers have the same history. We were parent volunteers working hard in the schools, raising thousands of dollars to get programs not provided by the district. A lot of us are your Elna Flynn Volunteer of the Year recipients. We volunteered so much the school administration was like, come work for us. We are hardworking and dedicated to our school communities. We are the underpaid and overworked. I have seen a lot in my 30 years. What is a constant in our district is that when times are dire, we, your lowest paid employees, are the ones that you reduce hours or eliminate positions from. This needs to stop. You are cutting and eliminating jobs of people who are more than likely parents or farmer parents who, I promise you, don't work here for the money. Our salaries are 25 to 35% less than districts around us. I remember when the district office was full of classified employees. It seems that when a classified position is vacant, instead of filling the vacancy, you just have employees who are still here to take on the work of the person who left. Or you change the hours or classification to a less paying position. You then add higher paid management positions instead. When Moise got retired as HR person, the next person was reclassified with a significant cut in pay. Heather Olson then made the position a director position to justify over 50 more K in pay. You could have had two classified people do the work of the one director position. I asked you to stop cutting from the bottom and look at your higher paid positions to find your money. We, your dedicated classified employees, live in this community. We are your voters. We are the pillars of the community who are influencers. How are we supposed to get behind passing parcel tax and bonds, raising our property tax bills, but yet our hours are getting cut, our jobs are being eliminated, and we have to worry about losing our health insurance? Do better. We need to do better for our children and our families. Do better for our district. Do better for the employees that work for you every day. Thank you.
I'll just try Erin Pickett one more time.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a Pacifica resident and I have 2 children that attend Cabrillo Elementary. I urge you not to approve this motion to remove our classified positions and take a lengthy pause on this plan as we assemble as a community to problem solve this issue. Getting rid of these positions possibly fixes a number on a piece of paper, but completely disregards the social, emotional, and physical well-being of our school staff and children. And I am not just a concerned parent. I speak as a clinician, a licensed and marriage family therapist who worked at our very schools here in Pacifica. I worked as a school counselor for 2 years at Ortega. I worked for 3 years at the Pacifica Youth Service Bureau in the Manor District. And the school counseling positions is what prompted me to work for Kaiser Permanente as a clinician in child and adolescent psychiatry, because I saw the pain of what children can go through when there are no interventions or help in place for them and their families. The experiences of working in these positions were profound. What these children shared with me and the advocacy I was able to do on behalf of the children, families, school staff was monumental. What our children need is more support, not less. What child or family will go unheard, unaddressed, untreated so that generational trauma continues? And how many children will miss out on the wonderful opportunities provided by our different teachers? How will they miss out on learning the tools of talking through emotions and positive self-care strategies? Our communities will suffer greatly for this. And haven't we all been through enough? Please reconsider this vote. Please allow these positions to stay active, and please agree to have us come together as a team to creatively problem solve together for a better solution for all.
Okay, we have Nicole Sayers up, but I would also like Michelle Gray and Sue Beckmeyer to be on deck.
Okay, so I have heard that this is a consideration and you have to make a decision by May 15th. But what I've heard some people say, but I haven't heard any administrators or anybody else, and we have had conversations, come to me and say, this is a consideration if something doesn't happen, but I haven't heard one plan on what could happen to change this by the 15th. Some parents had some ideas, but I haven't heard anything. So there is a lack of communication. What could happen to change this if you vote yes to me? The other thing is I keep hearing, yes, we want people to stay in the district, we want them to take jobs. True, 100%. However, the jobs that are being offered are less paying jobs, often for less hours. The paraprofessional was 50 cents, I believe, higher than the school assistant that we're moving them into for less hours. I come to you every single month and tell you we are the lowest paid people. I don't see how this is going to incite anybody to want to stay here when they've been let go or reduced. The other reason I came right now is because I have 2 people, 2 school assistants, one at Valimar and one at Ortega, and HR and I are, and CSBA and HR are trying to still get their professional, I'm sorry, what is it? It's their personnel action forms and their titles completed. There are errors. there are errors that these people are on your list. It's a consideration, but I'm a little bit afraid that if you consider this tonight, that they're being on your list, maybe don't belong on that list, and now they've been let go, or their hours have been reduced. I asked, CSEA asked and recommends that this resolution be pulled completely, and then we talk about this, and until HR and CSEA work that out, these problems for these two people, we don't vote on this. We take it off the agenda, and we'll come to you next month. You still have time before the 15th. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Michelle Gray. I have a eighth grader at IPL where I'm president and fourth grader Ortega. I'm on the PTO board. I volunteer with like I love the community. We purposely sent our kids to public school here in Pacifica. So I had this whole thing worked out. I'm now down to 1 minute and 42 seconds, but I just have a couple of notes. A couple of things I'll say is we have to get creative. I'm not hearing a lot of creativity here. This was not a shock where you just found out you were losing this funding. Why haven't the grant applications gone in already for our school counselors to get funding for play works and things like this? Why didn't this already happen? You knew this was coming this year, so I'm a little disappointed that it's February 14th and we're here now starting to hear some of these possible solutions. If we don't want to lose any of the people and we have open positions, then reassign them. Don't ask them to reapply because you're asking them to reapply. That no, so it's not guaranteed they're going to get these other positions. And once you give them a slip, they have to start worrying about paying for their bills. So they're looking for other jobs. And so it breaks my heart to think we're going to potentially lose Mr. Sines at Ortega. Guy is phenomenal. Another way to get creative, yeah, maybe we don't say we're positive when we go back to the county. Is the county gonna come in for the first time not being positive? No, take the risk, assume the risk. Work all the options that you have. I think you also can get creative and maybe move up that March 13th meeting, right? I understand you have obligations for notice and meetings and things like that, Dr. Torres. But then you all can take a vote and move that meeting up another week. It'll delay this action you have to do today. You can see where else you can sort of pull from, and it still meets your obligation to have decisions and notifications and meetings in time. What you're doing is disproportionately hurting the kids who need it the most. You really are. The kids who need the counseling, the kids who need that little extra love from the paraprofessional, like my son who needs a couple of bandages.
Michelle, your time's up.
So get creative. You don't need to.
So if you could just wait a second, we're over our 20-minute limit on an item, so we need to take a vote of either an additional 10 minutes or 20 minutes.
Because we have two other items there. Three other items.
How many more speakers? So, I mean, there's, how many more?
You probably want to do 5 minutes.
What's the other one?
Yeah.
So 5 minutes.
I only did for 12B and I have one for 12C, so if I can't get for the 12B, I'll do 12C instead.
So are we extending for 10 more minutes?
No, I had the option for both. They said I could do both, but I didn't want to take up all their time. I didn't want to speak.
If these children can finish with sleep, I don't think we'll finish with sleep. So we're gonna finish with you and then we'll take our.
For point of order, if you would like to shuffle the cards around who has children in the room and needs to go first, I'm willing to wait. Frankly, for me, this is early. So, I don't know y'all, but this is early. I know you have 3 more items, but this, we're barely getting rolled by this.
And these two.
So, do you want me to defer or do you want me to speak? All right, I went ahead and did a little analysis. I'm Sue Beckmeyer, I'm the librarian at Grove School. I've been in the district for a long, long time. Both as a volunteer for 5 years or something before I became an employee. Special ed, and I'm now a librarian. I have to really thank Janelle Jones because I've listened to her for years talk about contractors. And I went, you're right, yeah. And in special ed, they have legal mandates, they have to do this. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I finally really sat down with my back of the envelope calculations on tonight's board agenda and the four pair positions that you had on that the Barstow put forward for on your consent agenda. Those four positions that are not full year positions equal $226,350. There were 6 months, there were 7 months positions. I pulled numbers from the district website that were outdated because I couldn't locate the current numbers. So I know these are a little bit off and a tiny bit low. I included health and welfare benefits that the district requires, dental. I mean, these help us have good jobs. I went ahead and assumed that the person would take the district benefits, the 75% prorated the district would be paying. I calculated that forward, and I know there's a few costs that I missed. But in looking at the exact same timelines, I calculated that the district would save $107,000 if they hired classified employees at range 46. That's the end. Maybe these are hard to fill and you can't find people. Take $107,000, go to the table, work it out. There could be bonuses, there could be signing bonuses, there could be retention bonuses, there's options. And so I will be emailing this to you once I verify them.
Thank you. So we are completed with the speakers on 12B. I was not.
What's your name?
Amy Snow.
Didn't you just say you wanted to switch to 12C?
It's 50.
Oh, I think I had them both marked. Maybe I just crossed one.
You crossed your speaker.
So we need to make this as an action item. Are there any questions regarding the resolution?
Doesn't mean the logos, there's some online, I don't know if there's any plan.
That's great.
Okay,
So
I need a motion for resolution number 2024-02-14B to lay off permanent classified employees. Do I have a motion?
Did we even discuss this at all?
Didn't you just ask us for any questions? She asked for questions.
Oh, okay.
But now she's asking for a motion.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
Do you want questions first or motion?
Do we have any questions?
I just want to be clear about this is another possibility situation. I just want to make this very clear before I vote on this, that we have to give notice. We have to have this available if we decide to take these actions. I just want to make sure. I just want
the timeline as well.
Yeah, we're on a timeline. We have to do these things just in case we make these cuts. It's what I want to be clear about. So I just want another clarification on it.
Needy?
And then just to super clarify, because there was a good point that was made, if this was on the, could we still meet the timeline per ed code if this was on the next board agenda?
March 13th, it would give us 2 days
To prep everything.
and make notice.
So not enough.
Enough time. Well, I mean, she can start meeting.
Be creative.
It's not enough time.
Then with the possibilities, so they, you were talking about the open pair positions that they could transfer into, they might be slightly different. But that would cut back or eliminate us having to have contracted workers in those positions.
Yes.
So that's when everyone's saying they want to get rid of contracted positions, this is one way to do it, is by these pairs switching to the other open pair positions, and then we would no longer have as many or those contracted. Okay. So that's the closure.
I just want to make sort of probably contrary comments. So when we made that shirt and when we sat up there in front of Sunset Ridge, I also thought at the time, why are we picking off everyone at the bottom? And I guess I'm still feeling that way. I feel like a little bit like the board has been led into a position that is really, really none of us are, to speak for myself, I don't really want to go into. And I really think we do need to think of more creative solutions, which I've been thinking of for years. There will probably be things that are uncomfortable at times, but something different has to happen. And there's some people there's things that have been consistent throughout this whole time that maybe we need to think about changing because it's not working. And maybe that's just a mindset difference. And I just, I think when we brought in Dr. Williams, she really had a clear vision on how school district can run well. And I'm seeing a lot of Who Moved My Cheese, if anybody's ever read that book, happening here in this district. So I just, I'm not going to vote for this one positively. I also, like we all know, this is incredibly bad. I mean, we're in a really hard situation. So it's not our fault. It comes from the top down, right? Top meaning the government, above us. So anyway, I just have thought long and hard about this, and it really just hasn't set well. So that's where I'm at on it.
So, okay. If we choose to hold this particular resolution to the following board meeting and prep, have specifics about what we need to cut. I know this puts a lot of pressure on you and the cabinet. But can you get it done in 2 days?
We can do our best, or we can schedule, the board can decide to schedule a meeting prior to March 13th.
Okay, because this is, like I said, this is a difficult job. I don't think people ever really understand how hard it is to stay here. And again, we're not in a good financial condition. We're not. And we do need to make cuts. We don't really have any choice here. Cuts have to be made. I'd like to see either some real, some other considerations between now and the next meeting, or I'm also up for holding this one off. We might still have to do it. And I just want to say,
we'll meet with
but I would like to see, at least we should consider moving this a little bit ahead. This particular one, not all of them, but this particular one, just to see, because I agree that it is not fair and we are one of the lowest paid districts, and that's not fair. I hate how we are funded. I hope that parents, teachers, and the rest of the community start, really speaking to our representatives, because this is ridiculous.
So just to echo, I'm not paid for this position. My daughter also goes to this school district. This affects us very personally as well. But I didn't join the board so we can make kind of big claims without very specific actions. And so I'm very curious, if we did push it off, what would happen between now and then that could allow us to make a different decision? Because what I don't want to do is say, let's put it on for March 1st or whatever. And then we're back in a situation where nothing's changed and we have parents communicating the same concerns, but we have nothing there. And this is not just to the district. I guess I'm saying this broadly to everybody, including ourselves. But I would love to make sure we have, or we brainstorm right now, what are things that we're doing between now and then looking at that overall cost and then what are all the different things we can cut. And by the way, some of the things that have come from, LSEA and what have you, are even things that our students use, like student ed tech programs that are expensive. Okay, cut them.
Yeah.
But doesn't that have an impact on student learning? So this is where it's not as easy to say, let's cut this one and let's cut this one. I don't know what the educational impact is, and maybe you say it's nothing. So great, but that's where we need to have a discussion, because just cutting line items is, again, it's not a planful way to do a restructuring of the district that needs to happen. And if we don't have the time and a plan to do that by March 5th or whatever, then we're just kicking the can down the road. And I'm an adult here, and I'm not a fan of just kicking the can down the road.
That's how we got here.
If we vote on this resolution tonight, it gives us actually till May 15th to come up with other solutions.
It does.
May 15th to come up with other solutions, because it's not a set thing.
But we have to send the notices by March.
March 15th, that is possibility.
That's a possibility. Okay,
Okay,
so,
but then you can restructure or come up with other ideas by May 15th.
right.
That's what was in part of this presentation.
But that's true. But if we still let's see what we can come up with in the next 3 weeks. Like, that's why I asked, how hard is it for you to get those notices out? I just want to know how difficult, because we may still have to do these things. And I don't like this, but I want to know, look, if I take the time to look at some other solutions, maybe we don't have to send as many notices on March 15th. Or if you see what I'm saying, I want to know what the impact is on you guys. Can you do it? If you can do it, then I'm okay with holding. And we're still in the same position, but maybe we have a different set or a different group, just to see what other solutions we can come up with this resolution only. I want to be clear that I'm just considering this one.
And I think I heard everybody say that we want to hold off on voting on this until we see some other ideas of where the cuts can come from.
Yeah.
I just have to say something, because we do have to be responsible for the budget, and we've lost an entire school of students.
Yeah.
And with that comes a need for restructuring.
Yep.
And it's something we can't take lightly. And so I just want to keep that out there. And then I also want to say I understand the counselor positions, and it was nice having the extra money coming in. I mean, oh my gosh, that was nice. But it's not there anymore. It's not there to fund the one-time positions that we held. And so, we need to just be responsible as well.
Yeah.
Are you ready? So we're gonna pull this agenda item.
You did not vote. You didn't know the vote.
I know.
When I answer the question,
Sure.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to be very clear, just in my responsibility as superintendent, have to go on record that there is a need for cuts. We should have conversations, broaden the input. But I do understand that this particular number, we have to cut by this number in order to remain solvent.
And that's the financial number. We have to hit that financial number. And I totally agree with that. But like I said, I want to put in place the parameters that we need. We have to have these notices go out by March 15th. Doesn't necessarily mean that these people their positions will be eliminated. So we have to give to May 15th. However, I do understand that. And if we delay this vote till March 13th, because we might have an opportunity to find something, it's no guarantee. I want to know if you all can make the March 15 date and how difficult will it be?
Your
Because
superintendent is willing to work 24/7 to get this done, but I have to have a staff who's also willing to do so.
yeah, so I just want to know what pressure am I putting on the staff before I decide? Because, you know, I do, after this vote, whether, you know, it's going to happen. So that's my
So
question.
the only other thing I just wanted to highlight, I'm not, given the amount of money we're talking about, and my point on like the New Zella and the whatever comment is, I don't think we're gonna get there just by finding line items.
No, I don't think so.
And so I want to be clear, like between now and March 13th, we have to like get a new grant, like something big has to happen to be able to make this change, make this a different decision point at that time. And grants, as you guys know, if you're applying to grants, they're not something you get within a week or two. If you apply, they take, 2-3 months to decide and what have you. And so May 15th. And so when exactly, that would be by the May 15th date. So I just want to be clear that like, we're not going to find this amount of money in no kid gets New Zealand.
No, I know that.
Kid gets, whatever those ed tech programs are. That's not going to make up this money.
No.
It's going to be, we got a big grant or we got, all this extra funding somehow. And I don't see how that is going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen by the next meeting at all.
So putting this off to the next meeting.
But I am curious to see, like, some of these positions are vacant. Those I'm not concerned about. There's also the counselors, which came with one-time money. And that was stated from the beginning. I know people are upset. I know kids need counselors, but that one-time money was one-time money, and that's not there anymore. It's just what it is. However, more creative ways of finding, making sure that the positions that people move into are, paid well or close to what people are being paid. I'm not looking for people to be reduced in that way. I'm just trying to see a little bit more information about these particular positions and to see if there's some other place that we can pull some money from. And I know I'm asking the impossible, but I know I've looked at this budget many times, but I try to do what's right. And I'm not feeling like we really analyzed this particular piece as well as we could. We still have to make cuts. That's going to happen. We still have to get to a point where we're fiscally sound, and we're not there right now. So it's going to happen, but I hear our community saying we have creative ideas. I would like to hear them. I would like to give them an opportunity to like, hey, listen, this is what we can do. I would love that to happen. And I think that, it can still happen whether we vote for it tonight or vote for it in 3 weeks. It can still happen. But if I make the decision to wait 3 weeks, I just want to know what position does that put our staff in? Because that's where I'm going to make my decision. Like, if you can't do it, then we have to vote for it tonight, but we can still look for creative ways in the 3 weeks.
And we definitely can still look for creative ways and continue this searching for resources. We have applied for grants. So it's not like we've not applied for grants. We've applied for grants specifically for counselors, to retain counselors. So we've done some of the work. So it's not as if staff has been sitting and not understanding where we are fiscally. My responsibility is just to inform.
Right.
I'm not the decision maker. I inform. And so as I inform, I also remind the board that we have until May 15th. We can come together. If you would like, if it's the will of the board, we're willing to meet in between now and March 13th. But I also just want to underscore that the cuts need to be made. And if in fact we move it so close to a narrow timeline to March 13th, several things could happen, which would prevent us from making notification by the 15th.
Okay.
And if we don't make notification by the 15th, then the conversation about reduction
changes. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I just wanna, yeah, I just wanna make sure that we are going to have the conversations, that we are going to find, attempt to find creative ways. And that's why I wanna be clear that this is just possibilities situation. Like, we have to make budget cuts. These may be the budget cuts. We're not sure yet. We still have more work to do.
Which was also true about the previous one.
Right, it was true
Right?
about the
Like, it
previous
was
one,
true
but I
about
just.
that one,
Yeah.
it made like this.
Yeah, I just wanna,
Not
because I
that we
don't
want
want.
to do that.
Just had a request. Can Josie, the CBO, come to the podium? She left. Oh, she left.
She's busy.
No.
So.
She has a family emergency.
Yeah. Not busy. So, okay, I just want,
Carla, I'm sorry, Dr. Torres, if you can, because I want the board to understand, and if our role is to make sure you have all the information that you need in order to make the informed decision.
yes.
And so I want to make sure that, we're taking the time to give you the information while also giving us the picture, the reality of the picture. And also sharing that we want to preserve as many, programs and positions as we can, but also understanding that the district has been in this situation prior to this year. And, not to use that, I don't want to use that phrase, but there have been some delayed decisions that have led us to where we are. And so absolutely, we are going to continue to work and to find funds for counseling. But again, we want to be creative and we're optimistic about that. But I also want the board to understand that the decisions that you're making, they do have, a consequence.
Yeah.
And it may have a negative consequence.
No, that's why I asked, what impact does it have? Because for me, I like to make an informed decision.
Yes, absolutely.
And I like to do what I feel is right for our community, for our schools, for our kids. So that's why I said, I know that this is a possibility that is on the table. This is not an actual cut right now, but I want to be clear about the notification. We have to get it out on the 15th. If we delay a vote, how does that impact you? If it makes it too difficult and we still have to make these cuts eventually, maybe not these specific ones, but we have to, I just want to know what the impact is. As long as this is possibility and you can get the notifications out if you need to, and we're still open to finding creative ways to get through this difficulty, I'm okay with that. But I want to be clear about what we're voting on right now.
Absolutely. And I always want to remind the board, we also have the option of having additional meetings if it's the will of the board prior to March 13th.
Okay.
So can I just say what I think I'm hearing is that we want to table the.
We don't have to table it. We don't vote on it.
You're going to say you want a motion, you want to call for a motion.
And then, let's see, today's the 14th. So we need to set a date.
We're voting on it right now. Why are you setting the date?
Well, for.
We have a next board meeting on the 13th.
Okay, so I'm sorry, do I have a motion to approve, resolution number 2024-02-14-B to lay off permanent classified employees? Is there a motion? Okay, there's no motion.
I will make a motion to approve resolution 2024-14B to consider the layoff of permanent classified employees with the understanding that the district, the board, and the community will do everything that we can possibly think of between now and May to prevent these reductions.
And I'll second that.
All right.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 3-0. Appreciate it. So, all those against, please raise your hand.
Okay, so now let me just see, we are moving on to Resolution C.
That's what that is.
Can we just have it quiet, please, so we can move on? Resolution number 2024-02-14-C regarding notice of intention to non-reelect probationary certificated employees and to release temporary certificated employees. This is an action item, and the speaker is Dr. Torres.
Where are we?
Yeah, we're on 12C. This is a 10C.
Amy, now.
Do you want to do this first?
We've been doing.
Is Amy Snow still here? Yeah. Okay, Amy, you're up. And then if we could have. We need to take a vote.
I'm just coming in and it's speaking totally from the heart and directly to you. So if I could get all eyes on me in 1, 2, 3, that'd be really good. I'm a mother of 3. I volunteer at the school 3 days a week. I'm in that library and in that office, and I am devoted to this school, but I'm more devoted to these babies. I mean, school. This is not like a me versus you, us versus them. We are all a community and we are all in this together. And it's not, I'm not mad at you guys, but this is, 3 girls right here, that's $33,000 a year that I'm about to pull out. And now I'm looking at my community here and saying, who's with me? And saying, but this just doesn't feel right. Every part of it feels icky. And it starts from really like the head with the government and all that. And I'm just watching, we're transferring forward. It's like, we're just watching and I'm seeing it right here. And we're talking about counselors when literally there was a suicide and a lockdown. And I couldn't even get a heads up that the school was in lockdown. But we're going to take the counselors away after COVID and things like that. We are so, it's just mind blowing to me. So I don't have the creative solutions, but I know that I'm a wonderful mother and I am going to dedicate everything I can to these girls. And if it means pulling them from this school and raising them myself, I will. And I know that I'm not the only one who feels that. So that's all I got.
Thank you.
We have one now.
Let's go home, babies. Let's go.
We have online. Yeah. Laura.
We have a couple people online.
Laura.
Yes.
Yay. Laura. Nina. Yeah. John's asking.
Oh, but you can't walk. I'll find it. What's your name? Hey, okay. Okay, well, but you have to raise your just. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Email us.
Okay, so we're just going to move on. We need a 12C. We have Amy Snow.
She just
Oh, she just left. Oh, that was Amy. Okay. Do we have any more 12Cs? We're just checking to see if we have any more speakers. We already went. Good. Okay. So we don't have any online speakers for 12C. Okay. So are there any questions regarding this resolution for notice of intention non-reelect probationary certificated employees and to release temporary certificated employees.
This is the same possible, this is, notice this one out.
Conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's all my, just want to be clear.
And so do I have a motion to approve resolution 2024-02-14-C? A motion, we're at 12C. Resolution number 2024-02-14C. And I'm asking, are there any questions about this resolution? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 2024-02-14C?
A motion to.
A second?
Second.
So we do have some speakers for 12D. So we're moving on to 12D, resolution number 2024-02-14D of intention to terminate certificated employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services and determination of tie-breaking criteria. Are there any questions regarding this resolution?
We have speakers.
Yeah.
Wait 1 minute.
Okay, so we
Speakers before we ask questions.
So we need to take another vote. And so that we can get in more speakers again, we have to reduce the time to 1 minute. Oh, that's ridiculous. So, do I have a motion to reduce the time to 1 minute?
Just make it longer.
We will Yes, we could extend it for 10 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend it for 10 minutes.
So that they're 2 minutes each.
Yeah.
No.
How many?
And we have on. Go ahead. 1 minute.
So the motion is 2 minutes, 10 minutes extended.
Exactly. We have a motion. A second?
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll call the first person and then the next two will be on deck. Gabby, Daniel. Okay. Kelly Sampson. And then if Karina Huff and Josh Romano can be ready.
Okay, it might have changed a little bit because we've talked a lot, but my name is Kelly Sampson. I'm the parent of a 4th grader and a 7th grader at Cabrillo. I'm also the VP of Upper Grade Liaisons on the Cabrillo PTO, which means in part that I find elective teachers for upper grade kids. I'm not qualified for that, but it all works out somehow. And the PTO funds all of those teachers, yay. On that note, we are an incredibly, all the care community, all of these people, parents, everybody, an incredibly crafty, resourceful, scrappy group of people. We find money. I'm not saying it's money that's going to save us, but collectively, do you care? Good ideas. We have weird ideas. Maybe they're not weird. We won't know until we look into it. Corporate sponsors. I've been dreaming for years of corporate daddy warbucks, for lack of a better term, to come fix things. And I don't know if that's even legal or possible, but it's an idea. There are ideas out there, and I think if we all put our heads together, we don't want it so bad, maybe we can get somewhere with that. I'll go back to what I was saying. Cabrillo, been there for 8 years. Our school has 550 students, 50 teachers. We have 1 counselor at our school. If she leaves, who's going to help with the behavioral problems? My daughter has worked with a counselor numerous times. There's a fight at school. There's trauma. People are scared. A year and a half ago, there was a fight. Somebody, I think, said they were going to bring a gun the next day. Everyone's freaked out. Who deals with that? There's no counselor. Our principal is wonderful, but she's not qualified and she doesn't have the time to deal with that all on her own. I'm moving forward. Moving counselors. I think it's a massive liability. You want to talk about lawsuits? Huge safety risk. Also, my daughter's going to be in 8th grade soon. What does it mean to not have an English teacher?
Nobody's explained that. I don't know how that would work. That's one of the 4 core subjects and you're gonna get rid of the teacher or shuffle us around. I don't know. There's ideas out there. We can do better. Thanks from that.
Rena?
Yes. Good evening, board members and beloved community. My name is Pina Huff and I am an alumna from Bellamar as well as the current school counselor. Despite it being the lowest paying district of all the places I applied last year, being a school counselor at the school I grew up in and having a chance to give back to my community that raised me has been nothing but a beautiful blessing. A blessing that I never thought would be so short-lived. I have decided to come here to speak today because I genuinely love my school and the people in it. As a school counselor, it is my duty to ensure that all students are ready to learn by ensuring equitable access to school resources, advocating for those who do not have a voice, and using multi-tiered systems of support to create a comprehensive program that supports all students academically, socially, emotionally, and in college and career readiness. I spend my days at Bellamar doing everything from academic advising and individual counseling to running small groups for social skills, going into classrooms to teach social emotional lessons, facilitating restorative conversations, hosting weekly recess activities for students to enjoy, and even running school-wide events like our recent Great Kindness Challenge. In addition, I also am in charge of suicide risk assessments, threat assessments, and responding to crisis situations. Who will provide these services when there is no counselor on site every day? With time, school counselors can help improve academics, attendance, social emotional well-being, and school climate by analyzing data and collaborating with staff to create and meet school-wide goals. But this takes time, and it takes being present every day, something that is not possible without a school counselor at every school in the Pacifica School District. The American School Counselor Association has a recommended ratio of 1 counselor for every 250 students. Bellamar has over 500 students and therefore should not have 1, but 2 counselors to properly serve all students. How can we expect all our students to be prepared for an evolving world, our mission, our vision statement, and we do not have the staff to prepare them, and we do not have the time or presence to give them the tools and attention they need? Pacifica School District deserves more, the staff deserves more, and even if it's not me.
Your time is up.
The council program needs to be funded.
So Josh is up next, but I want to have Angela Diaz and Violet. Angela Diaz and Violet Walter, ready?
Thank you. Thank you.
Josh?
I was just waiting to make sure everyone's paying attention. Okay, again, Pacifica School District mission statement. The community it serves and the children they cherish together prepare each child to meet the challenges of the future by providing an equitable, rigorous academic program which nurtures curiosity, inspires joy, confidence, and achievement in learning. These proposals have no benefit to our children and do not even live up to the district's own stated values. The children in this school district are not cherished by the superintendent and district administrators, nor will they be aided in their challenges now or prepared for them in the future if these proposals are adopted. The members of the board of trustees who vote in favor of these resolutions and individuals in district management who propose resolutions need to be prepared to defend their decisions. Every parent or guardian who has a child in this district deserves an explanation as to how reducing school counselors at almost every school site in the district, in addition to restructuring the English and language arts program at 2 different school sites, is in the best interest of our community. So please, let's hear it. Thank you.
Angela, are you and Claire? So maybe she could go back right after you.
I am a proud Bellamar parent. I'm a proud Bellamar teacher. I'm also the proud daughter of a retired teacher and former union president. So I've been on this train my entire life. I know how funding works. What I want to ask of you is, how many of you have been to a middle schooler's funeral who completed suicide? Because I have. And whether my daughter knows it or not, she has as well, because I was 9 months pregnant or when I had to attend. My student TJ, who deserves so much more. He would be 25 years old today. I often wonder what he would be, where he would be. I constantly wonder about the mental health of his twin sister who he left behind. His life mattered. My students' lives matter. Their mental health matters. I don't care where you find the money. I don't care if you find pennies in the street corner. I don't care if you rob a bank. I don't care what you do. They matter. The whole child matters. Not just how well they can read, not just how well they can write, how they feel when they're in that building. Do we make them feel supported? Do we make them feel loved? Do we give them the services that they need to feel that way? I never want to attend another one of those as long as I live. And what you are setting up right now by taking away mental health services is that is going to happen. It's not a question of if, it is a question of when. And do we care? How are the children? They're not going to be good without their school counselors. And I can tell you one thing, as their teacher, I am not going to be good because you will have me burnt out and leaving this district because I can't do 6 jobs at once and take care of my own babies at home. It's not fair. Find the money.
Hi, my name is Violet. I'm a fifth grade student at Balmar. I remember once I got into an argument with my friend. I went to talk to my school counselor and staff, and after talking with her, she gave me some recommendations. I tried them and me and my friend made them. After a few hours later, Miss Cloud saw me around the campus, and she checked in with us, and that made me feel safe and that she actually wanted me to stay. I want to know that any day I can talk to someone who made a mistake and I made a mistake.
It's 10 o'clock, so we need to take a vote to extend the meeting. I think 11 o'clock is the latest we can go. So do I have a motion to extend the meeting
I'll make a
till 11
A
o'clock?
motion to extend.
I'll second.
Motion passes 5-0.
I do have to request a break though. I have to have a snack because I'm diabetic.
Could my
and
daughter
it's
go?
Jolene's.
It's like 10 o'clock at night and she needs to go.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Claire and I'm a student at Hamilton. I'm in 5th grade. I'm here tonight because I want to have someone that I can talk to without worry. Someone I know any days a week I can just knock on their door and ignore them. Once I had issues with one of my classmates and she made me feel like she was really good. I've never felt as safe and supported as the other counselor. I'm 11 years old, and if I notice what's going on proudly, I think that means that everyone is impacted along with my fellow schoolmates and parents. That's why I'm here tonight, because I want someone like my school counselor.
We need to take break. Yes, we both need to take breaks. So we'll adjourn until 10:10. is reconvening at 10:15. And we are on 12D on the agenda. Karina Huff, are you still there? Karina? Yeah, you just went. Alyssa Repetto. Elisa.
I have a 3-minute speech. I will do my best to cut it down to good evening. My name is Elisa Repetto, and I've taught first grade at Cabrillo for 22 years. Over the years, I have seen budgets greatly change. We always seem to make the best of things and roll with it, but that is simply no longer an option. I'm obviously talking about cutting the counselor at Cabrillo, and we've heard from lots of people talking about why this just is not a feasible option. And what I want to point out, since I'm not going to read my whole speech, is a little bit of a discrepancy. Our district recently had a parent education presentation regarding the importance of mental health support, where the job of a counselor was outlined as crucial during this post-pandemic climate. It is a critical part of our multi-tiered system of support. Our school counselors are responsible for risk threat assessment, suicide screening, initiating crisis response, and co-leading school site safety. This is in addition to working with individual students. This presentation outlined our current and future plan to support social emotional learning in our schools. While unbeknownst to its listeners, our counselors had already been case-set. The counselor that our children see at Cabrillo has been cut or is planning to be cut. This is deeply concerning and undermines the integrity of our district's message. I'm going to stop there because there are more people that want to talk, but I urge you forward. Some of you I've known for 20 years. I urge you to think outside the box as teachers often do, as parents do. There is a solution to every problem. This is a big problem, but we simply cannot skim on our children, on Pacifica's children. Thank you for your time.
Renee Standenbauer.
Hi, I'm a Cabrillo parent. I'm a kindergartner and second grader. I'm also a school counselor outside of the district. But I want to encourage you to think of the counselor as part of the solution. We are uniquely trained to help increase attendance, right? Part of our job is building relationships. So all of the data that we saw about connectedness, right? Coming to school, liking school, is because we have counselors. We are uniquely trained to help in a crisis, right? We heard about community violence across the street. I know of teachers' deaths, student deaths, family deaths. That's all happened in the past year. We have the training to provide that support. Our principals do not. Our student assistants do not. I'm sure they are. Our student assistants are all lovely people. They can't do the role of the counselor. We also have 9 vacant positions. So I don't know about creating more of those positions and just leaving them vacant. That seems like money left on the table. So yeah, there is a solution. Include counselors as part of the solution, and there's one somewhere else. It's gonna happen.
Is Gabriella Wiseman here? And can we have Kelly Edelhart and Megan on standby?
Good evening, my name is Gabriella Wiseman and I teach kindergarten at Cabrillo. I respectfully take my 3 minutes as I put effort into the speech, more effort than you put forward to accommodate the community tonight, and you know this. If preparing for a board meeting was too difficult, then putting our faith in you for leading our children is Tonight, I am addressing the parents and community members of Pacifica. Our students need your collective voice, your presence, and your power. It is crucial for the community to understand the gravity of the changes and how they will impact our children's education and mental health. Transparency is key. It's essential that all educational partners, including parents, teachers, staff, and community members, are kept informed about the state of our schools and any negotiations that may impact them. It's important that we know where the money we have is going and what decisions are being made. We are the lowest paid district, but our administrators are the highest paid. How is that possible? Do you know that 4 of our schools do not have a vice principal, yet our smallest school has one? We need some answers. We should never be blindsided by rash decisions. The potential cut of a 7th, 8th grade English language arts teacher at Cabrillo and expecting other teachers to fulfill that curriculum is both unethical and inequitable. It is clear that decision makers have an altered reality of what teachers do and are violating basic education standards. These decisions need to be investigated beyond the dollar that you're saving. The impact this would have on students' education is detrimental. The role of an English language teacher extends beyond content delivery. They build effective communication skills, emphasize the importance of written and spoken word, and inspire critical thinking that is necessary for becoming an engaging and literate citizen. While we're on the topic, when are we going to adopt a new reading and writing curriculum? Ours is 15 years old, painfully outdated.
Gabriella, your time is up.
With the science of reading.
Gabriella, you're going into other people's time.
Culturally responsible program to support student literacy in our community. Our district is requiring intervention positions, yet our school site councils are paying for these positions. It is curious, however, that the RTI position for Sunset Ridge is protected in the LCAP, freeing up their site funds for other uses. Mandated resources should be district funded and available to 100% of our population. Learning deficits are not confined to a specific socioeconomic status. This is a long-standing problem. Do better.
We have to extend the time now.
We had
We'll be here 10 minutes.
are we already up?
You just have to extend it 5 minutes, that's all.
So we need to extend this portion again?
I'll make a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
You're gonna get back 5 minutes late, so you should extend for 10.
I make a motion for the 5 minutes.
Okay.
For the extra 5 minutes that you guys came back late?
No, what if you, sorry, so we made a motion? Yeah, second.
No? Okay.
You're second.
Thank you.
Well, I did, but she can have it if she wants.
Whatever.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so Deirdre Martin, or I'm sorry, Kelly. Where is Kelly's?
Good evening, my name is Kelly Edelhart, and I stand here as a fourth grade teacher of 17 years at Palomar School, LSEA vice president, and someone who's deeply concerned about many of the proposed cuts to our already threadbare district, most especially the cuts that may be seen from our full-time counseling. While I desperately want to believe that we're all working in the best interests of the students and families we serve, I feel the need to help you see the world from my perspective. We have a community that's small enough that everyone knows someone who knows someone. While that can bring strength and trust, it also creates a vulnerability because if someone in the community is hurt, we all feel it. When tragedy struck our Valamar community on December 21st of last year, its impacts were immediate and devastating. No one was spared from feeling the connection, nor the need to comfort someone who was hurt. At that time, our school counselor, along with our district counselors, were the experts trained in how best to support our students and staff. The rest of us were left hoping to make the difference that the counseling team was actually able to make. We have a community that is still dealing with the effects of the isolation and fear from the global pandemic. Students came back to campus in April of 2021, struggling to find tools to re-engage with in-person learning. Between learning to handle interpersonal connections after a year plus on Zoom, to finding ways to deal with the feelings of being back in a classroom where there are so many needs to attend to.
Those students have faced a generational challenge. We have a community that is facing the pressures of more needs than resources, both at home and in our school district. Families are pressed to make choices between wants and needs, and we as a district are forced to manage constantly changing funding and spending priorities. As someone who has lost a close family member to suicide, I urge you to prioritize students' mental health needs and find a way to continue.
Okay, Kelly, your time's up.
Counseling
Thank you.
at all of our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to ask that everybody respect everybody's time. It's your time, but you cannot speak in somebody else's time.
Can you let us know when you send them back though, because you.
Can you not interrupt so we can keep going? Thank you.
People work really hard on their speeches and they time them and practice them to keep. And it's published that it's 3 minutes.
I understand.
Okay, that was Union Megan. Now you're looking at teacher Megan, okay? Please. Speaking to you, sorry, as Megan Ellsworth. Wasting my time. Speaking to you as Megan Ellsworth, Cabrillo school teacher for 22 years. It's not even that long. For 16 years, I've taught 7th and 8th grade social studies. Over the past few, I don't want to. Can someone else go and then I come back?
Yes.
Okay.
Deirdre Martin, and then can I'm sorry, I keep saying Jamie Blanchard.
Hi, I'm Deirdre Martin. I've got 2 girls out of Ortega. First, I want to say thank you for everything you're doing, not just today, but across the board. It's not an easy job what you're doing. And I've been in your position. You're an elected, and your job is to listen. And when I was in your position, I'd say about 75% of the time when this many people showed up, we had to go back to the drawing board. I think Sue Beck Bonner may agree. And now that I've seen the HR presentation this evening, I understand a little bit more. So thank you, Kai, for opening my mind. And I think other people will probably do too. And Kai, thanks for suggesting that everybody back to the drawing boards. You kind of wrapped up some of my comments here. But I hope some of these other comments will make you reconsider this next decision this evening. Given our current state of affairs, though, I think I agree with Katrina. Is that Korean? Pardon. That we need to actually increase our counseling presence. We've got active shooters. Our kids are in active shooter training. Social media, bullying. COVID changed everything. Nobody's the same. Even stabbings in our own community. In conclusion, my first grade daughter last year, her teacher died mid-year. And rest in peace, Miss Kale. Our family was very thankful for the school counselor at that time. Thank you.
I would like to talk about the school counselor. I'm going to start with first kindergarten. We have a kindergarten child who hates school. He gets great anxiety, and Ms. Huff sits with him in the courtyard until he can find his courage to go to the classroom. So much to somebody else's point tonight, you want to know who's increasing your enrollment? That woman right there. She's making those kids want to go to school. Okay, but I'm going to talk about middle school. Our middle school kids are the ones that have I call it PTSD from COVID. It is an active thing. And my son was deeply impacted by COVID, but I know all those kids were. We've been watching them go through. And I am very grateful for Ms. Jung and Ms. Fern this year because they get the kids. But more importantly, Ms. Huff gets those kids. Our middle school kids relate to her. They connect with her. She's a safe place for them. And they don't get that in a lot of adults. They're at that point when they're trying to pull away and they know that she's a safe spot. We literally have kindergartners to 8th graders who rely on her every day. And I know that it's a budget thing. And frankly,
The money's not there, go into a deficit. You asked earlier, Josie, to explain what would happen. She told you a year's worth in one summary. That doesn't all happen because you turn in a negative report. Let us work on grants, let us come together as community, but don't take our counselors. As president of PTO, I only stand up and fight and help do better and work on grants and stuff. We're willing to work with the board and with the school district. If you guys want to work with us, I feel kind of confident saying that. But I can also say that we're down almost 400 students. That's almost a school. We need to start looking at how we can come together and do things so that we can make sure that we don't lose the mishaps in the world. She is the quiet in the storm, and she is the magic of Ballymar right now.
So we have some online speakers. Is Rainbow De Silva there? Rainbow De Silva? What about Nina Mangui?
Nina's not there.
And then Rainbow?
Rainbow wasn't there.
And Megan's still one of the two.
Well, Rebecca and Julia, I don't know if you have that.
Megan is.
Don't have.
Hey, Megan?
I hope it's gonna. I came up as union and quickly respond to that, and so, okay, great. Speaking to you as Megan Ellsberg, Cabrillo school teacher for 22 years. For 16 years, I thought I had it together. I taught 7th and 8th grade social studies. Over the past few days, someone just texted me, how's it going? Over the past few days and in the LCAP presentation today, I've heard we're not cutting a program. So I ask you, what is your definition of a program? At Cabrillo, we have a definition of a program. Cutting the language arts teacher is fundamentally cutting the program. Do you know how our middle school program is organized? No one in this room has asked the teachers who have built it to define it. You're simply cutting it and fundamentally changing it. By cutting the language arts position, you're cutting small class sizes for students. You're creating haphazard combos of adolescent students. I am a logistics person. All scenarios I've thought of are detrimental to students. I'd love to hear a scenario that's good for the kids. Take this time to think. How will this actually look? Who will teach language arts? How will we provide support to the math combo classes? Why were none of the teachers part of this conversation? Why did we not inform parents that this was up for discussion? How will the schedule look? How does this look 1 year out, 2 years out, 3 years out? If your child was an incoming 7th or 8th grader, how would you feel? Who will be picking up the pieces? And who suffers the most? Thank you.
I'm gonna go with Amber Breedler, but there's no number listed. It just says budget cuts. Is she there? Amber?
There's an
There's
Amber.
an Amber on there, but no last name.
Amber Breedler?
We need to promote her. to
Yes.
panelist.
That's a panelist, just a panel to talk.
Yeah, well.
Oh,
Yeah, not.
sorry. There we go.
Hello?
Amber's there.
She's there, she's
May
muted.
not be the right answer.
Amber?
She's muted.
Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
She's what?
She doesn't.
It might not be.
It might not be the right screen either.
Amber Friedler? Okay. Okay, so we'll move on. And then, Carla, can you go to the podium in case anybody has any questions? So does anybody have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Tonight, it is recommended that per Education Code Section 44955, the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 2024-0214 of intention to terminate certificated employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services no later than the beginning of the next school year, and adopt the following tie-breaking criteria to determine the district need should it become necessary to determine the order of termination for certificated employees who first rendered paid service to the district on the same day.
Okay, does anybody have any questions?
And this is again, possibility. I just want to be clear. Okay.
We have until May 15th.
We have until May 15th. That's just my question. Thank you.
My question is, I think it's a really fair question on, what does the English language program look like in middle school? And what would be the plan if this reduction were to happen, which it's not yet to happen, but.
The plan would be similar to other K-8 schools where teachers teach 2 subjects. So there's teachers that teach math, science, English language arts, and humanities. We do have 2 teachers that are multiple subjects that are able to do it. If that's the way that we would go.
And so right now, there's a separate teacher that does ELA versus like social studies or.
Yeah, there's one that does ELA, one that does social studies, one that does math, and one that does science. And then I believe they also do electives.
Anybody else have questions?
So the others have single subject.
They have authorizations. The science teacher does have a single subject credential in science.
And sorry, just one other quick question. The other K-8s, they're structured in the same way. So in the middle school, they have an ELA and humanities content instructor in one.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are not structured the same way.
Does anybody else have comments or questions?
I mean, my comment on that would be that's a pretty big concern. 1 on equity, 2 on academic progress. As you guys all know, I joined the board specifically to support academic progress in this district, and that worries me very much. So I wouldn't at this point be in support of removing an ELA or making this decision without more information on how we would support an equitable academic program.
Does anybody else have comments or questions? So this is an action item, so we have to vote on it. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 2024-02-14-D?
A motion to approve with the idea that we look into how that reorganization would be.
Second? I'll second.
All against, please raise your hand.
So now we are on 12E, resolution 2024-2-14E, board compensation for missed meeting. Action item, speaker. 12E, okay. this week. Lorinda?
I don't know if, I'm exactly on topic, but, I wanted, to talk about, Mr. Sines at Ortega School, our counselor, who has been, instrumental in helping my son deal with challenges. And, you know, he's had days that are concerning, and he talks to Mr. Sines, and he has the days. And that's important. We also have Miss Jenny, who I work with doing PD. I think moving our bodies and having PD actually helps us mentally as well. I think it is so important. That's why I volunteer 2 days a week. Miss Vicky, who my son is also dyslexic, that's part of his challenge. She helped him learn to read in first and second grade when he was struggling. These are the people you're talking about cutting. Look, you say you can't afford to keep them. The reality is you can't afford to lose them. Therefore, I want to see a budget proposal that has the salaries cut from the top 10 salaries. Your salary. I want to see what that budget looks like. Thank you.
So just to reiterate, this was item P, resolution for board compensation for missed meeting. And I'm the speaker, I missed the meeting. Are there any questions to the resolution?
No.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve resolution 2024-2-14E?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes. All again, please raise your hand.
I'm just gonna abstain.
Motion passes.
Okay, now we are on 12F. Pacifica School District initial proposal for negotiations with Laguna Salada Education Association, LSEA, for the 2024-25 school year. And this is an action item. Dr. Torres.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Williams. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt the Pacifica School District initial contract proposal for negotiations with the Laguna Salada Education Association for the 2024-2025 school year. The public notice, sunshine, provisions of the Education Employment Relations Act require the Board of Trustees to adopt at a public meeting the initial contract proposals from the Pacifica School District following an opportunity for public comment. After allowing an opportunity for comment, the board shall take action on the Pacifica School District proposal. We are proposing 4 articles: Article 7, calendar; Article 9, compensation; Article 6, professional growth points program; and Article 14, transfer and reassignment procedures.
Okay, do I have any questions or comments? All right, and this is an action item. Do I have a motion to approve the district's initial proposal for negotiations with LSEA for the 24-25 school year?
I'll make a motion.
Second. All right, and now we're on to 12G, comprehensive school safety plans, non-tactical. Action item, and John.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees. You have before you the public versions of the comprehensive school safety plans. You have reviewed the tactical or the non-public versions in closed session. So now is the public versions, which you all have copies of. And we're required to get these approved by March 1st and submitted to the state. We've developed this in conjunction with law enforcement together, as you know. So this item is up for approval, and I'm going to answer any questions about safety.
Do you have any questions or comments? All right, so we have an action item. Do I have a motion to approve the 2023-24 comprehensive school safety plans?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I thought there was public comment on this item.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is. Jamie.
Sorry, me again.
And then Kim Rodriguez. The up.
And you don't show up to a board meeting in years, you might as well do it all. Sorry, really quick. As we've mentioned many times tonight, we had a very traumatic event happen in our school in late December. We went into a school lockdown, and I can never say enough about our staff who remained in place and our principal who led us. But when I reviewed the school safety guidelines, there was nothing in it to address the communication failure we had to parents that day. School went into lockdown at approximately 7:45 a.m. A simple text alert or the auto dial that we used to have that you got an instant message that said, school's in lockdown, stay home, and more information to follow would have been key to not cramming Reina Del Mar with a ton of cars. I literally was going this way as the ambulance was going this way past me as a car cut it off. And so I was very disappointed when I reviewed the safety plan that I couldn't find anything on communications to families and protocols. I have sat through the Big Five training back in the day and understand that I'm to go to the Cabrillo parking lot and wait for further instruction when school's in session. School wasn't in session. Jefferson Union High School District did this years ago. We have a very similar situation, a domestic issue on Terranova Boulevard. They immediately instituted a policy of sending out widespread notification. Why? So I can tell you, within 10 minutes of being home, I luckily was a parent that had my child. I started getting text messages. Man loose in Valleymar and camo covered in blood with large knife. This was the information coming in as our teachers, our principal, and our kids are locked down, and we got nothing, literally nothing. We got news reports coming in, and it was like an hour and a half later when we finally got something via Parent Square. It was just disheartening. And so I think that the safety plans need to include how you're going to communicate out to the community so that we know that you're in charge and that you're going to lead us and that there's leadership in place. And I also heard that the Pacifica Police Department didn't want anything said. Well, I call radishes on that because they don't want people in here. They would prefer an alert go out. It doesn't have to say that there's police activity. It just has to say schools in lockdown, more information to follow. Thank you.
Does anybody, John, you're the speaker on this. Does anybody have any questions or comments that maybe can help Jamie in understanding what happened? No? So Jamie, I can tell you what I know is that the police called the lockdown, not the school district. And when we're under the jurisdiction of the police, we have to follow what they say. And so the communications, there were, since it was before school, there were people who weren't even at work yet.
Right. 100%.
Right.
And most of us hadn't left our houses yet to come to school.
Right.
And so, and look, I know the police have their job to do, but this was my complaint about the previous superintendent. Very simply, we need somebody to be in a leadership role and take leadership. You didn't need to say anything about police activity. All you needed to say was, please don't come. That would have been simple enough where you're not, and frankly, you'd be doing them a giant service by not cramming Reina Del Mar.
The other comment that I would make is adding to what Trustee Villalobos mentioned was our superintendent. In her communication with us, she was in communication very quickly and very early with police, and so this was a leadership aligned move, leveraging best practices that the police had from other situations that guided how the district communicated and how the district responded. And so I appreciate that there are issues and concerns with that policy, and that is worthy of a discussion with our police department and with the community. So I'm not disagreeing with that, but I do want to communicate that this was an aligned leadership process that happened to deal with a very difficult situation at our school.
Does anybody have any comments or questions? Okay, so this is an action item, and I don't believe we followed through with the voting, so can I just do it one more time? Okay. Are there any questions? No. Do I have a motion to approve the 2023-24 comprehensive school safety plans?
Go ahead. I'll make a motion.
Second?
I'll second.
Please raise your hand.
Okay, we're on, Kim. Is Kim here? Kim Rodriguez?
Delegate Assembly,
Change just went.
item H.
It's not here. Huh?
Someone wants to speak on the delegate assembly.
No.
All right. So we're on H 2024 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election, and this is an action item. And the speakers, Dr. Williams.
Yeah, thank you, trustee Williams. There are 3 seats open and 3 candidates. Chelsea Bonini of San Mateo County Office of Ed, Sophia Lane, Cabrillo Unified School District, Cabrillo Unified School District, and Patricia Murray, South San Francisco Unified School District are all incumbents. Now you would have a discussion to decide who you will select as the representative.
And we can select all 3, correct?
That's.
Right.
Should we go
Yeah.
for the?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So do I have a motion to vote for Chelsea Bonini, Sophia Lane, and Patricia Murray?
I'll make a motion to vote for those 3.
Second.
All right, the time is 5:11. Okay, and we're on agenda item 13, Board of Trustees, Superintendent recap and future agenda items. Does anybody want to recap anything? We can start at that end.
It's been a long night. I think that's all I have to say. I'll second that.
So the one thing I would like to clarify is, do we need to schedule a meeting to talk about the things that, I'm sorry, let me just get my thought together. A conversation meeting of the board to talk about the proposals that did not pass and the possible other ideas for the budget? I mean, we have to, right? For the restructuring?
Oh, we will bring back information in terms of meeting staff. We'll bring back update to the board.
So I think that's all I have. Okay, the meeting adjourned at 10:55.